assistant coach for the Scorpions for maybe about 2 to 3 seasons consecutively, so he would know all these batsmen very well.
Indeed, Maxwell is in and bowl. That's a not to deliver well wide down the leg side. If this was a 50 overs game, the umpire's arms would have been outstretched. And a good tumbling take by the keeper down the leg side.
Yeah, again, Maxwell seemed as though he wanted that ball to dart back into the left-hander. He just started it on the stumps. He started with the stumps. Natural angle to take it down the leg side. And that's exactly what happened a while ago. But it's clear what they plan is.
Maxwell bowls and could deliver that. John Campbell coming on the back foot, standing up and playing it back down the pitch. Ball hit in the middle of the bat, so he played that well. And when you're an opening batsman and you feel willow on leather like that, you feel a great sense of confidence. Similar feel, 3 slips and a gully. Gully looks to be rather close in. There's a catching cover. There's a point mid-off. And only 2 fielders on the onside, mid-on and a backward screen. John Campbell pulls around. Won't get a 4 for that, but that was short. They're coming back for a second. Has to be careful, he'll make it. But that was short and pulled around. Backward of square by John Campbell. He goes up to 3, and the Scorpions now 3 without loss.
Trying to test John Campbell there to see if these guys are put it over right about now. That delivery was. And that delivery was eased behind square. Not a lot of pace behind that one, Orville.
Maxwell is in again and bowls to Campbell, and Campbell gets a good delivery. That one pitched maybe just about middle and off, and it was maybe, if anything, shaping away as opposed to coming in. But Campbell got bat on it, went out into the vacant square leg region. He's back for a run. He's on 4. And that is the Scorpion total at the moment as Fudadin comes back on strike.
Yeah, and John Campbell will have to be the man doing the bulk of the scoring. Fudadin is the type. He's very sedate in how he approaches his innings. He's never normally the man who's going to be looking to bully the bowling. So John Campbell will have to be the one. Will have to be the aggressor in this partnership. But that being said, it's going to be interesting to see the line of attack that they take to Fudadin.
Interestingly, they have brought a forward short leg for Fudadin. Wasn't there for the more aggressive Campbell. And here's Maxwell, left arm over bowls, and that's worked away out towards the man at backward square. And Fudadin gets his first run. It's now 5 without loss. Delivery on the pad, and that worked away quite pleasantly.
And that's the type of deliveries that Fudadin generally waits for. Balls that are angled into the body, balls that are going down the leg side, just so that he can tuck them away. And then his strength is really the drives, the off drives. He waits for that, and he tries to just wear you down. But John Campbell, however, as I said before, he's the aggressor. He's going to be looking to play some shots.
So we are watching as Lewis will start another over to bowl to Fudadin, and a good delivery, good bounce through to the keeper outside off stump, but Fudadin playing inside the line deliberately, didn't follow the ball, and his own curious technique to leave the ball alone. I've seen more and more batsmen doing this in the modern era, but not shouldering arms, but playing deliberately inside the line of the ball, and allowed it to go through to the keeper. So here is Lewis again. He checks his run. Wasn't quite satisfied with something as he was just about hustling in and just about halfway there. He told himself that all wasn't well, and he goes back to the top of his mark. Now he starts, arms and elbows pumping everywhere. That's a good delivery. I think Fudadin again will tell you he played inside the line, but just back of a length. Good bounce through to the keeper again, and good line. Maybe you want him to be a touch fuller. You want Fudadin on the front foot. But certainly good line through to the keeper.
Yeah, certainly. I've been impressed so far with Lewis and his line of attack. I think he looks very strong. He looks somebody who does get that ball to hit high up on the bat. It seems as though he's getting the ball to hit the seam as well.
Yeah, fairly economical runs in and bowls, and Fudadin is pushing up towards extra cover. That one was pitched up a little bit more. Fudadin didn't go into the full-blooded drive. Really probably was not quite up there for the drive. He was just driving out towards extra cover. And again, from the middle of the bat, no run.
Yeah, so again, there's a very disciplined stuff here from Lewis. He seems as though if he's going to err, he's going to err more on the offside than anything else. He's trying very desperately to get that ball shaping away from the left-hander.
He bowls. Oh, that's a wasted bouncer. That one was much, much shorter. Ballooned over the batsman, said the umpire, making the signal for one for the over. Kind of tennis ball bounce. Fudadin had absolutely no problems in ducking under it, and the keeper took it almost at his ankles as it was on his way down, which tells you that the kind of looping bounce that was on that one.
This is the type of pitch that you really have to kiss it, for want of better words, to really and truly get that ball to go head-eye to the keeper.
Here is Fudadin is driving. For a split second, I thought maybe he was hoping to go towards mid-on. The ball was coming in. He made that late adjustment up towards mid-off. What do you mean that they have to kiss the pitch there, Kerry? I didn't know that fast bowlers have to kiss the pitch.
Yes, I mean, batsmen, we've seen where batsmen kiss it, so there's absolutely no reason why fast bowlers ought not to kiss it.
I'm only making the mickey out of my friend. I know what he means. You don't really want to bang it in, you just want to slide it through. Here's Fudadin getting a good delivery there, appealing down the leg side. It really wasn't the most convincing appeal. It was short and rising, maybe just brushing the hip on its way through. In fact, Fudadin's signaling as such. And at the end of Lewis's second over, Scorpions 5 without loss.
Yeah, I immediately, once the appeal went up, I immediately turned to the umpire at square leg, Christopher Wright. The umpires, they generally have a little partnership that goes on between them, where if a ball is played, maybe a ball down the leg side, it's close to the body, if it brushes a pad, the square leg umpire, if he sees it, he will generally give the umpire, the non-strikers, then a signal, maybe a tap on the pants to say that one didn't come off the bat. If he believes that the batsman got a bat on it or any glove on it, he'll then signal the same. He'll send a signal to the umpire, the non-strikers end.
All right, here's McSween again now. And Campbell is driving back past the bowler. That's 4 runs. It was in the air. You may want to call that a half chance. It did get back past the bowler on the full, but maybe about shin height, which is never the easiest thing for the fast bowler in this follow through to go down. But it was a half chance. Punch back past the bowler, 4 runs to the aggressive Campbell.
Yeah, I think we'll be very difficult. We'll be very harsh on McSween if we said that was a half, even a chance, because he had absolutely no chance of catching that in his follow through.
I've seen people catch those.
Well, yeah, I mean,
pass back the bowler catching height.
Yeah, well,
would you prefer
with less,
for me not
with
to
less
say
space.
Half chance, but a quarter chance?
No, with less space on it, certainly.
All right, here is a McSween again, and Campbell is trying for the pull shot. They're appealing too high. He was going for the pull shot, the ball coming off the thigh, running down towards the slip, and Campbell is in aggressive mode. Score remains 9 without loss.
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed with that shot. I believe Campbell was thinking that ball was shorter than it really was. That ball was actually pitched on a good length. What saved Campbell, I believe, a while ago was that the ball hit him outside the line of the off stump, and with him playing a shot, he could not have get out. But that shot certainly was not on.
Probably wasn't on. Probably was much too full. Here is McSween again to bowl to the Jamaican captain. That's a better delivery, better played. He just tucked a foolish delivery out towards mid-wicket. And that takes his 9th run. It's now 10 without loss. The Scorpions are off to an eventful start. We've seen 1 or 2 good shots, but we have also seen some good bowling as well.
Yes, certainly. And these are the things that John Campbell has to stay clear of. He has to stay clear of trying to premeditate shots. He really has to play each delivery on its merit. Remember, he's now a test opener.
Yeah, McSween bowls, and Fudadin is pushing it out in towards the mid-off region. That was a half volley, but Fudadin, who is not your most flashy stroke maker, but he got that one right up. And if that delivery was bowled to John Campbell, I can assure you that he would have dealt with it much more brutal. But Fudadin just pushed up towards extra cover, didn't score. Kerry shaking his head as if to say, yeah, he maybe should have gotten more for that. This is tucked away. And that is the bread and butter shot for Fudadin. He'll nerdle you and work you around. And that is why cricket is such a fantastic game. There's different batsmen with different methods. Fudadin likes to work and nerdle and squeeze. You may make a 30 or a 40 and you may not get any particularly great shot to remember. But he's a battler. John Campbell, on the other hand, who's now back on strike, he's all hostility. Here is he now, leaving a ball outside the off stump. And that through to the keeper. Good bounce.
Yeah, poor delivery there by McSween. That ball was pitched outside the line of, about maybe 2 feet outside the line of the off stump, and it kept going further away from him. What that did though, Orville, that showed that he has the ability to bring that ball, or to take that ball away from the left-hander back into the right-hander coming from left arm over the wicket.
And it's a special skill that the left-arm bowler must have, to bowl to the right-hander from over the wicket and get the ball to come back. It's not the easiest of skills. And by the same token, to leave the left-hander from over the wicket. We definitely saw the shape away from the left-handed batsman from over the wicket from the left-arm pace, which is never the easiest of skills. Interestingly now, we see Lewis going round the wicket to bowl to Fudadin from the far Michael holding end. And let's just watch as he runs round, too wide, no shot offered by the batsman.
And one of the things that the Volcanoes have to stay clear from is getting too wide on that off-stump line. They've started out well so far by bowling at the batsmen, asking them questions, asking them to play. So they have to stay clear of this wide line outside the line of the off-stump.
Let's see if Lewis will get a little bit closer from round the wicket. And that's hitting the batsman's body. Keeper diving away. Stewart down the leg side. A little half appeal, but the bat was nowhere near it. Maybe just coming off the thigh, but again. And Kerry Scott, Lewis continues to get good bounce. They are certainly getting more bounce from the pitch than the Scorpions bowler. Certainly they are getting the ball to get bounce from a fuller length than what we've seen. I'll ask you to comment on that in a little while. Again, a little more bounce on this, but Fudadin rode it well. Just coming inside his wicket and just flicked it, angled it, take your pick down towards fine leg. That gets himself off strike. It's now 12 without loss. Yeah,
Lewis seems a little bit taller than the other Jamaican fast bowlers. So one believes that may be the reason why he's getting that little extra bounce coming from a fuller length.
Somebody like a Derval Green is not by any means a tall man, so he has to bang it down further. You're definitely right on that. Here is Campbell getting one that's on the leg stump. Just dropped it down in front of him. And again, not looking particularly comfortable with the bounce on that occasion. And Lewis will come over the wicket again. Why the need to over, then round, now back over? What explain that to me, Kerry Scott?
I suspect he's trying to, with John Campbell, he doesn't have to worry about leaving too much because he knows John Campbell will play shots.
Here is he now, and Campbell is almost out. Again, the ball just back of a length. Campbell coming forward, the ball hitting almost on the splice and dropping perilously close to the man at forward short leg. And I don't know, but for some reason, Lewis is just getting the ball to bounce from a length. They are not balls that are being hammered in by whatever means. And the two batsmen now, I see Fudadin coming all the way from the non-striker's end, looking at a particular spot just in front of John Campbell rather suspiciously. Where is this extra bounce coming from?
Well, that has always been there. As I said, that's always been there. It's just that the Jamaican bowlers were not able to extract that from the pitch.
Lewis bowls, and Campbell is working this one out towards backward square. They come for one, and they'll be coming back for a second. This could be tight now. The return is not the greatest, and Campbell back for a second. He's now on 11 from just 14 deliveries. Fudadin in the meantime is 3 from some 16 deliveries faced, and the Scorpions setting after 387 are 14 without loss.
Yeah, and that last over, I believe it was some amount of mixed bag there. It started out with a couple of deliveries wide of the off stump, then Lewis got closer. So what we saw there though was with the man under the bat, the 3 slips. We saw there is a clear plan to either get that ball to bounce. If a ball bounces from a good length, they're able to get it to go to the man under the bat.
All right, I'm in a cricket group and we're seeing where Darren Bravo is on 100. Apparently for the Red Force. Here is McSween, and that's driven. Lovely shot by Fudadin. Oh, that was textbook. Brian Lara would be proud of that. It was a half volley, mind you, and you really still have got to get a bat on that. He really just leaned into that Kerry Scott and just spanked it through cover. 4 lovely runs.
Certainly. That ball was just too full in length. We saw in previous overs McSween getting very full in length, and he was not punished. So Fudadin certainly could not allow that one to have passed.
Really played that well. McSween again to bowl to Fudadin. Oh, that's a great delivery. Not quite as full. A little bit wider to see if you're still in that driving mode. But Fudadin is known to bat for long. He says, no, this isn't full enough and this is too wide. I'm not going to be tempted. But that was good bowling, wasn't it?
A very good bowling by McSween. And again, McSween, he seems to be a very intelligent bowler. We've seen him try some things with the ball, and one believes that the batsman cannot at any point in time rest. Again, not as full, and he is definitely getting the ball to shape away from the left-hander. What we haven't seen yet, Kerry, is the one that pitches outside off and darts back in. And if he does that, then he'll be a lot more difficult. So far, most of the deliveries are pitching into the left-hander and going away. But that, again, too wide for Fudadin to play a shot. Here's McSween. And Fudadin gets one. That's right up. He wanted to go for that cover drive, but the ball was Yorker length, and he realized that the last second that he was dipping into the block hole. Played it well. Dug it out towards the mid-wicket region. No runs that time around. Yeah, and I think the aim for the Scorpions must be to ensure that they bat the first hour here without losing a wicket. But they certainly, this pitch is certainly a good pitch.
Yeah, McSween bowls too wide. Fudadin isn't tempted. And the slip fielders behind the bat are geeing up McSween. They realize that this could be an important spell. And could be an important part of the game as well. It's not a wicket full of devils. It is a wicket that shows if you concentrate and bat well, you can get runs. There were at least 3 half centuries from the Volcanoes. And Fudadin again leaves a widest delivery outside the off stump. End of an over. And if you want to be critical, Kerry, you'd have to say the bowler didn't allow the batsman to play often enough.
Yeah, certainly. After being driven for 4 early in the over, I think he got a little bit too wide on the off stump. One wonders if maybe that's a team plan, to ensure that the Scorpions don't get off to a flyer. By if they get a boundary in the over, then you take a few outside the line of the off stump, allow them to leave. That may be the strategy to ensure that they don't score in excess of 3 runs and over.
But I can understand that strategy more to John Campbell because he will chase. But Fudadin is a better lever of the ball. I think to Fudadin you want to be closer because he won't be chasing. I think John Campbell you can hang it out there because he's more likely to play a shot. He pulls audaciously, does John Campbell. Oh, that is lovely. One of the shots of the match so far. As Lewis bowled a bumper and John Campbell was inside his wicket and just dispatched it with ease through the mid-wicket region. Lovely shot for 4.
Yeah, the exquisite shot from John Campbell. That is bread and butter for him. He loves the short stuff whenever it levels off, that is. And that ball certainly leveled off, and he dealt with it in imperious manner.
I think John Campbell against pace bowling in regional cricket is as dangerous a customer as any, certainly up to 30s, and when he gets to 30 and 40, that one maybe kept a little bit lower than he anticipated, because it still hit him on the thigh, and the keeper going down the leg side as it just trickled away.
This is that's one of the things that I believe that John Campbell needs to be cautious of. Again, you saw where he was actually looking for that short delivery. Again, he came inside the line of that delivery and he's looking to tuck it into the onside. But again, that ball was just a little bit too close to the body.
Lewis bowls and Campbell is in behind it. Better line, it was outside the off stump, and John Campbell playing a really compact back defensive stroke. Just dropped it out into the offside, no run. He's 15 from 17, Fudadin at the other end, 7 from 22. And the Scorpions with a reasonable-ish start, 22 without loss.
Yeah, and it's certainly not a bad start by the Scorpions at this point in time. 22 without loss after 6.3 overs. That's not too bad.
Campbell is working this one out in towards the backward square region. And they take one. Campbell is coming back for the second. I don't know where he's going. Fudadin was not interested one bit. And Campbell, it's a leg by signal. And that takes the total to 23 without loss.
Well, I'm very happy that they didn't try to go for a second run there a while ago, because the throw coming from McSween, who came in very quickly off the boundary, it was a very good one. It came in one bounce to the man who was backing up at the non-striker's end, and I'm almost sure that if Asad Fudadin had taken off for that second run, he may have been in some problems.
All right, so Asad Fudadin is back on strike as Lewis now will come from around the wicket again. And he hustles in, and Fudadin is getting one on the pad, going down towards fine leg. I doubt that there was any bat on that. Let's see what the umpire does. And is he going to signal? Yes, he signals leg by. And it is now 24 without loss, Scorpions in reply to 387.
So again, that's the type of stroke that you'll see very often from Asad Fudadin. Once you get too close to him, he'll tuck you away into the onside for a single. It's like meat and drink for him. He plays that shot in his sleep.
So John Campbell, who is on 15, faces up to Lewis. And he's driving, lovely shot through the offside. That will go for 4. No need to run for that. That was pitched up, and John Campbell was really just stroking it nicely past the man at cover into the boundary. Lovely cover drive. Takes him up to 19 now, and the score 28 without loss.
So when you come into the park and you see a shot like that, if I just entered the park and I saw a shot like that, and somebody told me that was my test opener, I certainly would believe that West Indies cricket is at the top of the tree. That was an exquisite shot from John Campbell. He made it look effortless, driving that ball through cover a while ago. Ball was full in length, yes, but the way he leaned into the stroke and eased it, no big flurry, no fanfare, not much effort. He just eased it past the right hand of the man at extra cover. He didn't even chase it. He just jogged over to the fence to pick up the ball from the ropes.
So the Scorpions are now 28 without loss, with Asad Fudadin, who will face 7 from 23 to face up to the left arm pace of McSween. And 3 steps and a gully, a man at point, just forward of point. Cover mid-on, forward short leg. And this is pushed by Fudadin out towards that man at point. Didn't go for the full-blooded drive. Full delivery. Now he's rehearsing that maybe he should have gone for that full-blooded drive, but pushed ball going to the man at point.
So that's generally when you see the full-blooded drive from Asad Fudadin, when he's rehearsing.
Well, he did reel off a classic one in the over before that. But it's McSween again who will run into bowl to Fudadin again from over the wicket. And that's a good delivery. He has to respect it. Not quite as full. And again, the shape is into the left-hander. And if anything, just angling away from him. Haven't seen too many pitch outside off and going in, which is the natural ball you would think for the left armer from over the wicket. But sometimes the bowlers, it's almost like the leg spinner and the googly. You practice the googly so much that you lose what is the more natural leg break. You should be able, as a left-arm fast bowler, to get the ball to angle into the left-handed batsman. Hasn't happened yet. Maxwin bowls, and that's pushed back to the bowler. Full length, and the bowler knocked it down, no run, but fairly confident push shot from Asad Fudadin.
Yeah, he's very good off the front foot. He's a predominant front foot player to fast bowlers. He really wants to play back. But again, Maxwin, I think, has been getting tighter and tighter to that off stump, which is a very good thing.
Haven't seen him try the short ball yet, and Fudadin has looked relatively comfortably on the front foot. And this is another delivery just back off a length. This time he works it out towards the man at forward short leg, or really maybe backward short leg. Doesn't score. Remains on 7. And the total 28 without loss.
So umpire Christopher Wright having a quick chat there with John Campbell. And it seems as though John Campbell is trying to point out that Maxwin may be getting close to that danger area. And so umpire Wright explaining that yes, he's on top of it.
Here's Maxwin again to bowl to Asad Fudadin from over the wicket. Short ball is edging and gone to third slip. Oh, that was a careless shot. Just left the bat out to dry. The fast bowler was getting the ball, as we kept saying, to pitch to the left-hander and left him late. Fudadin definitely beaten by that late movement. Couldn't get the bat out of the way in time. Ball hit the outside edge. Comfortable catch to the man at third slip. Fudadin goes for 7, and the Scorpions have lost their first wicket. It's now 28 for 1, and after a few words from Kerry Scott, my good friend Renata Brown will take over the ball by ball.
So my words will be very few. In support to what Orville was saying a while ago, we did say it earlier that Maxwin was getting the ball to leave the left-hander, and that delivery was pitched on the line of the off stump. Very good line and length, and it just shifted away, and Fudadin was unable to get on top of it to keep it down, and he gave what was a very simple catch to the man at third slip. And the Scorpions, they are now here 28, lost their first wicket, and the number 3 batsman Jermaine Blackwood, he will now do battle against the left arm seam of Maxwin.
All right, so the first wicket going for the Jamaica Scorpions with the score 28. And Jerome Foster also joins us, so a double substitution here. And I'm not sure if that shot moments ago from Asad Fudadin was opening the face. It can't be that you have 3 slips and a man at gully. The probability of you getting the ball in between third slip and gully is not very high. So why would you play that shot? It was a delivery above your waist. You really didn't have to play.
I don't think it was a shot, to be quite honest. I think he was trying to leave, but he was a little bit too late in making the decision. Late movement. The bat was in a no man's land. Hung his bat out there because he wasn't early enough in picking up the line of the delivery and the movement of the ball. Hung his bat, just hit the face of the bat and went to gully. To the third slip, sorry. That was a nothing shot. It wasn't a bad delivery, but it wasn't a great delivery as well. And as an opener, you wouldn't want to be a man walking back dismissed like that.
So Maxwin will continue. The new batsman, by the way, is Jermaine Blackwood. He gets his first ball, a short delivery, plays into the offside, and the over comes to an end. A successful over that cost 10 runs, but it also yielded the wicket of Asad Fudadin, dismissed for 7. So the score 28 now for 1. The Windward Islands Volcanoes would have made 387 runs, batting first against the Jamaica Scorpions team. So this on day number 2 at Savannah Park. It's the Volcanoes, the visitors, large and in charge.
And Maxwin has looked tidy so far. He hasn't hasn't really given away a lot. He has bowled one over-pitch delivery, which went for 4. Beautiful drive by Fudadin. Outside of that, he has been in and around a good area, nice channels, testing the defenses of the batsmen, and he has been rewarded with an easy wicket, a soft wicket, but he'll take it. He has a lot. He's not the express pace bowler you would see, but he has a lot of movement. The ball is moving away from the batsman, especially with the breeze blowing across him.
So this is a nice contest between Sherman Lewis and John Campbell. That shot outside the off stump, and he's gone. A short delivery was probably a little bit too close to cut, and John Campbell went for the shot, got the outside edge, and threw to wicketkeeper Emmanuel Stewart, who made no mistakes, and the captain of the Jamaica Scorpions team goes for 19. So back-to-back wickets for the Volcanoes team, and the Jamaica Scorpions now are in problems at 28 for 2.
Irresponsible shot from John Campbell. He will tell you that that's his area, but in the situation of the game, that should have been left. Short, wide, you just lost your opening partner. The better bowler of the two is on the attack. You don't want to be losing another quick wickets at this stage of the innings to be set back at chasing 388. Bad shot, bad timing. Everything was wrong about that shot, and I think he'll be very, very disappointed with that shot as the captain and as the leader of the team. It wasn't the greatest of deliveries again, but again, when you put the balls in areas to test the defenses or test the patience of batsmen, things will happen. I don't think the Scorpions did that enough. The Volcanoes are doing that, and they're reaping the rewards at the moment. Bad shot from Campbell, who has departed for 18. He looked good for 18. He's normally looked good for 18 and 19s and 20s, but he needs to push on. And as a senior batsman in this team, that's a very disappointing shot.
It is disappointing. It's extra disappointing because, as you said, you've just lost a wicket and the score is just 28. So there's no moment of consolidation, and we saw this in the Volcanoes innings yesterday when Kevin Hodge and Devon Smith were going, added 100 and odd run partnership. As soon as Devon Smith got dismissed, Kevin Hodge faced maybe about 12 or 13 deliveries that he didn't score off of. And as soon as he realized that Kirk Edwards at the time was seeing the ball well, got in the groove, then he got back into that frame of mind where he was looking to score again.
Indeed, and this is where coaches always talk about partnerships and building partnerships. Partnerships doesn't mean you have to be scoring quickly. It also means consolidation and trying to be patient and trying to keep the opposition at bay. And this is what we're seeing here.
So Paul Palmer Jr. is the new batsman, and the Jamaica Scorpions is they're batting a batsman short. So really at 28 for 2, it's almost 28 for 3.
Indeed, because yeah, the Scorpions 28 for 2 now. In dire straits, you'd have to say. Paul Palmer Jr., who was a captain a couple of seasons ago, Centurion, facing Lewis, and that one pushed out to point.
Yeah, so the Jamaica Scorpions team in problems here, and Paul Palmer Jr. having scored that century against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Coming into this game now, you reckon it's pressure off almost, because you didn't get selected for the squad. You got in due to injury, as this one is well behind defense back to the bowler. You got in through the injury of Nkrumah Bonner. Now you've earned your place in the team, so really and truly has to find new motivation now, and hopefully the position that the Scorpions are in now at 28 for 2
Indeed,
could be that motivation.
It's about being hungry. It's about trying to send another signal to the selectors and a message to the coaching staff that you made a mistake once. Don't try to make that mistake again. He did that with the first innings in Trinidad and Tobago, so now it's about consolidating his position in the team.
And gets behind this one and plays it confidently. When Paul Palmer Jr. defends, he has a pretty strong defense. Usually you don't get him out while he's trying to defend. So he's not someone where he's trying to block a ball and gets beaten through the gate or gets hits on the pad. His problems generally come deliveries outside the off stump and on the attacks, trying to score runs. That is when he normally gets dismissed. Yes, as Lewis comes in, short delivery, allows it to go through to the wicket keeper. Almost the same kind of delivery that dismissed John Campbell. Over comes to an end. A successful over for Lewis. Wicket maiden. And the Jamaica Scorpions 28 for 2.
Yeah, and it is a part of his game that he has spoken to me about improving, is that when he's defending, he's still thinking about trying to score, so that he doesn't get bogged down and trying to play the over-aggressive shots, which has resulted in him losing his wickets at time. So now he's focusing on trying to rotate the strike, trying to drop the ball softer, play the ball softer, get them into gaps, rather than have to rely on getting boundaries or getting the ball deep into the outfield. So that is part of his game he's correcting. He played well in Trinidad. He looked very good in the first and the second, especially the second innings. He was very good to the spinners. But now Preston McSween is a left-arm pacer. He didn't get much of that in Trinidad. Sherman Lewis is bowling well, nice space, nice bounce, nice carry. So let's see.
Now here's McSween now to bowl to Jermaine Blackwood. 5 deliveries yet to get off the mark. He clips this one behind square, immediately sets off for the single, and they will settle for that because Jermaine Blackwood is now off the marks. 29 now for the loss of 2. And Jermaine Blackwood there on 1. Paul Palmer Jr. yet to get off the mark. He's a new batsman, Paul Palmer Jr. Well, they're both new batsmen because between them they faced 7 deliveries, with Jermaine Blackwood facing 5. Well, Paul Palmer Jr. facing 5, Jermaine Blackwood facing 2.
Indeed, and at this point, the Scorpions can take the 387 out of their heads. It's about getting themselves back into the game now. Just bat time, wear down the bowlers, wait on the bad balls, and ensure going into the next hour, they're still 2 wickets down.
Here's McSween to bowl to Paul Palmer Jr. Delivery that shapes away from the left-hander, beats him outside the off stump. That was a very good delivery. There are 3 slip, a man at gully, backward point. There is mid-off, mid-on, and there's a fine leg and a bat pad. So a real attacking field here from Sunil Ambrose and the Volcanoes team. And it's what you're really not forced to do, but what you're likely to do when it is that you batted first and made 387.
Exactly. It's all about being on the front foot. You're in control of the game.
Here's McSween again, another delivery, similar to the first, but a little bit wider this time. Paul Palmer Jr. onto the front foot, shouldering his arms and allowing it to go through to the wicket keeper.
McSween has looked quite comfortable, quite confident. He's landing the balls in good areas. His consistency with deliveries has been good. He has also looked in rhythm. He's not overstriding. He looks like the full package.
Here he is again, passes the umpire, another delivery outside the line on the off stump, curling away from Paul Palmer Jr., beating him again, goes through to the wicket keeper. So far he's getting some shape away from the left-hander.
Indeed, and the breeze coming across him as well is helping the movement of the deliveries. It's about him now getting that other delivery from the same angle to threaten the stumps now, and then he poses a bigger threat to Paul Palmer Jr.
Now when the Volcanoes were batting, someone said it was a flat track. Here is McSween again. Oh, that was a lofty delivery. A little bit closer to Paul Palmer Jr. on the front foot and beaten again. So the ball just beating Paul Palmer Jr. because of the quality of the delivery. And it's not that he's playing inside the line, but as long as you don't get out, still can make runs.
Indeed. He could even say that he's playing within his means. Not on the stumps, it won't trouble him. He's playing in line with the stumps.
Here's the left arm seam of McSween, another delivery. Oh, this is a special over from McSween. It's a pity it had to come to an end. At the end of it, only a single from it. He has so far bowled 5 overs, 1 maidens, 1 for 15, and the Jamaica Scorpions 29 for 2.
That's a brilliant exhibition of how to bowl left arm swing bowling. McSween pitched up, movement away, pitched up, movement away. The only problem about the over is that he didn't induce the edge off Paul Palmer Jr. Paul Palmer Jr., who was out of seed in that over. He didn't play a rush shot coming to him, but brilliant over, brilliant spell of bowling so from Maxwell. And questions were raised about Maxwell earlier this year, especially with the Jofra Archer situation. Maxwell was selected ahead of Jofra Archer to play in the Under-19 World Cup, and now Archer is a world star. A couple of the bowlers who were selected in that Under-19 World Cup have really gone off the boil. But now to see him in this regional season performing as he's done, he took 5 wickets in the first game against the Barbados Pride, and now he's having trouble or giving trouble to the Jamaica Scorpions batsmen.
Here's Sherman Lewis again. Jermaine Blackwood tucks this into the onside. 2 runs is on offer here. They turn for the second. They come through comfortably, and it's good to see because I can't remember. Probably the West Indies now would probably do with a quality left-arm seamer in their test team. It adds that other dimension to what they already have, and he's bowling with decent pace, getting the ball to move, so it's good signs. It's
a very good sign, and left-arm pacers, they normally bring additional dimensions to your bowling unit. I don't think we have had a good left-arm swing bowler in Test cricket since Pedro Collins.
Here, Sherman Lewis and Jermaine Blackwood, a short delivery, and plays it to the man at backward point. That delivery to Jermaine Blackwood just now, I saw him play that to the man at backward point, but I can remember maybe 2 or 3 times at least last season where that delivery played to the man at gully.
Indeed, and it's about thing I don't understand with Blackwood. He scores so freely, he scores at will, but sometimes his shot selections are a little bit off.
He's onto the front foot again, defends into the offside, and there is no run.
And he doesn't have to exert himself to score because free scoring is almost for him. It's at will. He scores at will. He runs so hard between the wickets. He normally tends to hit high and wide over long off, and you can see at the moment the mid-off is quite deep, so they expect him to go high and hard over mid-off.
Here's Sherman Lewis again. Back of a length to Jermaine Blackwood, and if they know Jermaine Blackwood, deliveries like that, probably just a little bit shorter, are those deliveries that he tend to poke at, and he gets caught at gully quite often. And even though that ball was short and away from his body, he still played at it.
And he's not trying to get a run because he's just trying to get bat on ball because of his natural instincts to score, and that can also be his downfall and has been his downfall over the time.
Here's Lewis to bowl to Jermaine Blackwood again. Delivery, lovely delivery outside the line of the off stump. Length delivery, good length. Jermaine Blackwood was playing forward, pushing, trying to feel the ball onto bat, but it just moved probably slightly, beating the outside edge and going through to the wicketkeeper. 29 for the loss of 2. Blackwood on 1. Paul Palmer Jr. yet to get off the mark.
And that was another forcing drive from Blackwood. That delivery, he had no intention of getting any run. He was just trying to feel bat on ball, and that was a very dangerous shot. Pitched up from Lewis was quite good coming from the Michael holding in.
And here's Sherman Lewis again. This one down the leg side. They're appealing. The umpire sends him. Finger comes up, and Jermaine Blackwood didn't even look at the umpire. He reckon he got back to it, so a good decision from the umpire. Caught down the leg side, maybe strangled Jermaine Blackwood. The 3rd wicket goes. Now 29 for the loss of 3.
And the Scorpions, they are reeling. That was a bad delivery. It wasn't the greatest of deliveries, but that's one of the worst ways to get out in cricket. You're not getting a boundary. You're not. It's not a half volley on the leg stump. You could easily come inside the line and leave it alone. But those are the instinctive deliveries that you try to get bat and ball to get off strike. Just unfortunate for Blackwood, but that is how luck is in cricket. 380 yards on the board, things normally goes your way. But at the moment, the Scorpions, we were saying the pitch was flat on day 1 and in the first hour of day 2, but at the moment they are proving against this theory that it's probably just poor batting and poor bowling from the Scorpions. But 29 for 3, the Volcanoes are cock-a-hoop.
Oh, and Kumabana walks to the middle now. And if you look at it, Jerome, and Kumabana just coming back into the team from injury. Paul Palmer Jr. yet to get off the mark, and then Aldane Thomas, who has really struggled for runs in regional 4-day cricket, to come, and then you're pretty much into the tail enders. Well, Derval Green probably doesn't consider himself a tail ender, but he can bat, so too Jamie Merchant. But still, it's worrying for the Jamaica Scorpions. At this stage, you can clearly say they're in problems.
Indeed, and Bonner hasn't been fit for the last couple of weeks, so you don't know his physical condition at the moment. And Thomas' confidence level with the bat is not at the highest at the moment, and with spending almost two a session a day and a session in the field, it's almost as if it's taking a toll on the Scorpions batsmen at the moment. But impressive showing so far from the Volcanoes bowling attack. McSween and Sherman Lewis, they have put the balls in good areas and they have gotten the rewards.
Here now is McSween to bowl to Paul Palmer Jr. looking to get off the mark. He will now, because the man at Gully dived. That's looked to be Katoy, and dived and parried the ball past the man who was at backward point, and in the end he was able to come through for the single. So it will be the left arm seam of McSween up against Nkrumah Bonner, the right-hander.
And for Blackwood's dismissal, we heard a noise.
We did. And Jeremy Blackwood really didn't protest.
Exactly. He looked at his pants, but I'm almost sure that did touch his gloves down the leg side. A good catch from Emmanuel Stewart. Skipped around, took it quite nicely as well. His second catch of the innings.
Here's McSween over the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Bonner, who gets this one into the onside. He's probably the most composed batsman in this Jamaica Scorpions team, and I say that with no reservation. Persons will ask and say, okay, but John Campbell is in the West Indies team. But Nkrumah Bonner, if you see him back, despite the situation that the team is in, just looks so composed and easy at the crease.
Indeed, and I think John is the most naturally gifted batsman in this team, but I think Nkrumah Bonner is a complete batsman in this team.
Yeah, works hard. Nkrumah Bonner leaves this one outside the line of the off stump. It'll be interesting to see if McSween can get one to maybe pitch outside the line of the off stump and to nip back inside. Maybe bowl Nkrumah Bonner through the gate, or hit over off stump with him trying to leave alone.
Indeed, and his natural movement so far has been bringing the ball away from the left-hander, so that would mean threatening the middle and leg stump of the right-handers. But so far he has held the ball going across Nkrumah Bonner, who has left a couple.
Here's McSween again, this one on the body. Bonner was dropping it in front of the man at short leg, and there is no run. 32 now for the loss of 3.
And at 32 for 3, obviously the Scorpions must be thinking about consolidation and trying to rebuild a stuttering innings that hasn't really gotten off the ground. John Campbell played a couple of beautiful shots. Fudadin played a beautiful cover drive. But outside of that, there have been 2 poor shots and an unfortunate dismissal of Jermaine Blackwood.
If this game was being judged on quality shots, Jamaica Scorpions would very much be up there with the Volcanoes team as they appeal for this one. Clearly sliding down the leg side and height as well. The Jamaica Scorpions will be right up there with the Volcanoes. But it's not a game about quality shots. It's a game about runs and wickets. And so far, the Volcanoes have gotten all the runs, and they're the ones taking the wickets now.
Indeed, and I think they have played the situation a lot better than how the Scorpions have played the situation. Even when they lost back-to-back wickets yesterday with Ambrice and Edwards, you still saw that amount of composure from the other best batsmen.
Here's one on the body. And Bonner, I'm not sure what happened just now. If Nkrumah Bonner probably, dead ball signal now, and I think that was probably dead ball because of Nkrumah Bonner's reaction more than anything else. Because was it that he didn't offer a shot? He wasn't trying to get out of the way of the ball.
Indeed, I don't think he gave the umpires no choice really, because initially I thought he did play that leg.
I thought he played a shot,
but
and the ball came off his thigh.
he was in two minds as to whether to run or not, to show that, well, I don't think I played a shot. But the umpire, he made up the umpire's mind for him, and it made it quite easily as well.
Similar situation with Steve Smith in Australia in that New Zealand game. And dead ball was signaled. Steve Smith was trying to get out of the way of the ball, and it caught him on the body. And he took a single, and the umpire sent him back.
Evasive action.
I think it was umpire Nigel Long who sent him back. And Sherman Lewis now. A ball from the Michael Holding end to ball to the left-handed Paul Palmer Jr. coming from around the wicket. This delivery short on the body, and Palmer just dropped the hands, and the ball probably came off his glove and into the offside.
And Lewis has bowled a shorter length out of both bowlers so far. He has really looked to hit the pitch hard, trying to extract as much bounce as possible. First, the second delivery he bowled, he hit the handle of John Campbell's bat, but the delivery flew over third slip. But since then, he has really hit the pitch hard. He's not banging the ball in, but he has really kissed the surface and causing a lot of trouble.
And here is Lewis now to bowl to Paul Palmer Jr. That one is struck maybe outside, probably a little bit of bat involved as well.
Definite inside edge. If that wasn't an inside edge, then the umpires would be very, very interested, because Palmer didn't get a full stride out. He was halfway on his crease, ball coming back, but he got enough bat on it to save him. The inside edge saved the ball decision as well as the LBW.
Yeah, the thing about it is that when the Jamaica Scorpions were bowling, I don't think they used the short ball effectively. What we're seeing now from Sherman Lewis is almost a perfect execution of how to use that ball. Here's Paul Palmer Jr. Squeeze this one between the legs of the man at short leg. And Sherman Lewis is very upset. Wanted to keep Paul Palmer Jr. on strike. And
rightly so. It's about building pressure. He had Palmer Jr. a little bit uncertain about his lengths and his lines. He was causing a little bit of trouble, some difficulties in reading him or picking up the lengths of the delivery. And that ball went quite easily to the man under the helmet. I think that's Maloney, who is feeling a short leg, and he didn't do so well. Lewis a little bit upset. He's been annoyed since the second delivery of his spell, actually, that ball that flew over Hodges' head. But that's a part of the game. It's about redeeming yourself. Maybe we saw yesterday a misfield from Marquino Minley resulting in a wicket. Just maybe.
And the Jamaica Scorpions taking their time here before the fourth delivery of this over is delivered. And it's Nkrumah Bonner on strike. There are three slips. The man at gully backward point. There's a wideish mid-off. Here's Lewis, delivery outside the line of the off stump. Bonner allows it to go through, and just signaling that one might have moved away a little bit.
Nice delivery.
Spell.
Indeed. Continuing from what he has done so far. Hasn't really put a foot wrong. 2 for 15, 6.4 overs. Has really looked good. He has really looked like the leader of a bowling attack. Hasn't given away anything. Not enough boundary balls like the Jamaica Scorpions bowlers did earlier today. Nice length, nice line, and nice pace.
Here's Sherman Lewis again to bowl to Nkrumah Bonner, hitting the bat hard. And Bonner defends this one into the offside. I wonder if Nkrumah Bonner stops the ball in front of him and picks it up and tosses it to someone, if Emmanuel Stewart will appeal.
This is not youth cricket, I'd say. I don't think he probably got a telling off after that.
He did.
It's probably in the rules of the game, but I think some traditions of cricket has really died out. I'm hoping for one to be non-existent in the sport, but it's a part of the rules, eh? We have to work with them. I'm not the biggest supporter of it anyways.
Here's Lewis again to bowl to Nkrumah Bonner. Short delivery, well played. Got onto the top of that one, guided it between the man at gully and backward point into into the third man boundary for 4. So Bonner gets 4 runs, his first boundary, and the Jamaica Scorpions now 38 for the loss of 3. If you're wondering what we're talking about, you think back to 2 years ago, 2018. As a game, the West Indies under 19s against South Africa, and the West Indies could not buy a wicket. And the South African opening batsman played a ball, it stopped in front of him. He picked up the ball, tossed it to Emmanuel Stewart, who appealed at the time, and a batsman was sent. Handled ball.
At that time, I was not in support of it. 2020, I'm still not in support of that decision from Emmanuel Stewart. Like him as a player though, looks energetic, quite competent behind the stumps and in front of the stumps as well.
Here's a Maxwell, gets the outside edge of Paul Palmer Jr., but played it with soft hands. Gets it between third slip and gully, into the ropes for 4. So back-to-back boundaries here for the Jamaica Scorpions, and you wonder now if this is probably a shift in momentum.
I doubt it. Maxwell, he has been keen to get the outside edge of Paul Palmer Jr. Finally got it. However, didn't carry into the slip cordon, and good thing for Palmer Jr. is that he played it with soft hands. Played it very lately as well. He didn't push at the ball, he waited on the delivery, hit the edge low, but he played it quite softly, and it went through the third slip and the gully region.
Here's Maxwell again to bowl to Paul Palmer Jr. This one, back of a length, and Palmer just eased it into that gully region, and there is no run. Picked up by Kotoy. These two, the last time they came together in a partnership, a similar situation, was against the Barbados Pride here at Sabina Park last season. Here's Maxwell again, a full delivery, wide. Paul Palmer Jr. allows it to go through to the wicketkeeper. And these two came to the crease with the score, I believe at the time, was about 14 for 3. And the Jamaica Scorpions were really struggling.
Well, they had Marquino Milne on the other team.
Yeah, Marquino Milne was on the other team. Marquino Milne actually hit the winning run in that game. It was a game where Jomel Warrican did not take part because of illness. It's a short delivery. Palmer ducks under it. So for the entire game, the Barbados Pride, they had batted with 10 players. And with 8 wickets down, they needed, I believe, probably about another 12 or so runs. There's a wide signal here by the umpire, by the way. And Marquina Mindley hit the winning run. I actually asked Derval Green about it when Marquina Mindley came back to the Jamaica Scorpions team, about the friendship between himself and Marquina Mindley. As a delivery going through to the wicketkeeper, left alone by Paul Palmer Jr. because Marquina Mindley actually hit the winning runs using the bat of Derval Green, and he certainly had a laugh about it. He said, at least now it's glad to have him in the Jamaica Scorpions lineup.
Well, they're coming from the same high school based in St. Elizabeth, a team that has produced so many cricketers for Jamaica over the years, St. Elizabeth Technical High School. So the friendship has started from there.
Here's Maxwell, this one hitting the bat hard. Paul Palmer Jr. can't beat Maloney at forward short leg.
But they're from the same school, but not the same parish, because Derval Green is from Westmoreland.
Orville Higgins knows a lot about Derval Green. We'll give you a history lesson on the number of players who would have represented Jamaica who are from Westmoreland, whether at the youth level or the senior level.
Have a couple in this team. Jermaine Blackwood is another one.
Is Maxwell, another full delivery. Palmer allows it to go through to the wicketkeeper again. No run, and the score remains at 43 for the loss of 3.
Paul Palmer is also another one.
Yeah, he is another one of those players from down west. So Jamaica has produced a lot of players from down west, and good to see. It's drinks here. The first hour has been completed after the lunchtime interval, and the Jamaica Scorpions 43 for the loss of 3. Lost Asad Fudadin, Captain John Campbell, and Jermaine Blackwood. Paul Palmer Jr. is there. He's on 6, and then Kuma Bonner is there on 4. So 43 for 3, the latest score here at Sabina Park, as the drinks cart is on the park.
So the Scorpions 42 for 3, and Lewis continues to bowl a rather long spell here. 7.1 overs, 2 for 19, has looked rather impressive, and the Scorpions really struggling to come to grips with the quality of the bowling. Here is Lewis, bowls to Bonner, wide of off stump, too wide, and taken by the keeper. So Lewis in his 8th over now, So these two fast bowlers have bowled unchanged for the 14 overs so far. Kerry Scott, are you surprised that the captain has not opted to have a third bowler yet?
He's getting wickets, so once you're getting wickets, you'll continue with the guys.
Bonner is working that one out towards the leg side. Wanted a single, but Paul Palmer says, "Where are you going, Bonner?" And in the end, they both stayed home.
Lewis has been very good, though, Orville. I think that what I've and we said it when we were on earlier, when they just started this bowling innings. We said it that Lewis looked very good, and if he continued, he would have been a handful for the Scorpion batsmen. And you're seeing where he has already been the beneficiary of 2 wickets.
Yeah, he's certainly getting the ball to bounce off that little grassy area just in front of the batsman from this end. As he bounds in again to bowl to Bonner, and Bonner is driving carelessly and missing. Look at the left foot, Kerry Scott, not going towards the pitch but straight down the ground for a cover drive. So technique all over the place. Good delivery though, through to the keeper. No run.
Yeah, again that left foot not coming all the way out. But again, Orville, what is happening with these batsmen, because Lewis is getting the balls to bounce from a good length, bounce high from a good length, they are a little bit circumspect when they want to come on the front foot. So what you see is the batsmen being tentative and trying to stay as much back as possible, allowing the ball to come to them as opposed to them going at it.
Let's see if Bonner will deal with this a little bit more confidently as Lewis comes in from over the wicket, and he's getting a one again, bounced off a length, and he had to take that bottom hand away. So he is creating some problems with that little grassy area, which the Jamaican bowlers certainly weren't exploiting the way they are now. That looks good delivery.
Now that area looks like Lewis's natural length. He does it very easily, effortlessly. So that seems to be his natural length, and with the tinge of grass that is right there in that area, and his ability to get the ball to go away, to tail away from the right-handers, and also to come back into the right-handers, I believe that is double trouble for the Jamaican batsmen.
Certainly a contest going on as Bonner is getting a wide delivery, too wide, and sometimes I think the umpires are a little bit too lenient in the 4-day game. That would be a 1-day wide for sure, but the rules says that if the batsman would find it difficult to get back to it in his natural position, then it should have been a wide, and I think the batsman in his natural position would find that difficult. End of the over though, and after 15 overs, the Scorpions are 42 for 3. Palmer is on 6, and then Krumah Bonner on 4.
So the Volcanoes, they continue to be positive or get positive results in this match. We've had some 3 sessions, 5. We were in the 5th session, and I believe that they've won 4 sessions out of the 5 and 1 drawn session so far.
Yeah, certainly right on top. I've had 1 or 2 friends texting through to say that there may well be a follow-on later this evening. Let's see, as it's Maxwell again, and that is a ball that's full. Palmer played forward, and Yorker, the length delivery, he missed it, and it bounced through to the keeper, no run.
Well, Palmer will certainly have to do a huge job here, much similar to what he did against Trinidad. Anything less than what he did in Trinidad, you're correct, Orville, more than likely the Jamaicans will be in a whole lot more trouble, and they'll be steering the follow-on in front of them face.
Again, well bowled. Maxwell genuinely getting the ball to angle away from the left-hander, but Palmer picked up the length well and didn't offer a shot. And a very, very attacking field. 3 slips and a man at gully. There's point. And there's a cover. There's a man at mid-on. There's a man also under the bat at forward short leg. Maybe a little deep for the traditional forward short leg. But Maxwell genuinely getting the ball to swing away from the left-handers. Here's he again. And again, that outward movement. Palmer covered the line, played well. And certainly good bowling. It's not what you would say overly aggressive batting that has given away the wickets. We've seen some good balls being bowled, and the 2 opening pace here have certainly asked a lot of questions of the Scorpions batsmen. Here is Maxwell again. from over the wicket. And that rears at Palmer. Where was this pitch all along? Are they playing on a different surface? Because the Jamaican bowlers couldn't get the ball to rear that alarmingly from such a foolish length.
Yeah, remember I said yesterday, Orville, that day 2, day 3 would have been very tricky for the fast of tricky time in terms of facing fast bowlers.
But we've always heard that the Sabina Park pitch is best for batting on day 2. This is where you live and breathe. That's not what it's looking like at the moment. Palmer gets one that curls away again. What a delivery that was. Exaggerated movements, ball pitching maybe just about mid and off, and genuinely curling away. This is high quality bowling by McSween at the moment.
Yeah, excellent spell here by McSween and also by Lewis. I think both bowlers are bowling very well in tandem, and they've really asked a lot of questions of Scorpion batsmen which they've not been able to answer in the most appropriate manner. But nonetheless, Paul Palmer is still there and he's fighting on.
Yeah, he is fighting on. Looks to be setting his stall out for a long innings. That was a very good delivery again, just leaving the left-hander, and the end of another really classy over that from the left-handed McSween. 42 for 3.
McSween, after bowling 8 overs, it's 21 runs that has cost him, and his partner Lewis has bowled 8 overs, which has cost him 18 runs. So both bowlers have been extremely good in terms of their economy rate, and they've also asked a lot of questions. I think the difference between this opening pair and the Scorpions opening pair of bowlers is that this opening pair have asked far more questions in terms of bowling closer. They bowl a fuller length, Orville, and they've gotten the ball to do a little bit off the pitch.
New bowler is Thomas from the Michael Holding stand end. And let's see if he will continue the good work that Lewis was doing from that end. Tall and fairly well built as he rather slowish approach. Then he jumps up and bowls, and that's down the leg side. They are appealing. Not out. Ball may have just brushed the pad. There was clear deviation after it passed the batsman.
Yeah, so
but that looked to be some way off the bat.
Yeah, so Josh Thomas is the name, and he has really shown so far his first delivery that he has some amount of pace, and it's just whether he can hit those areas that Lewis was able to hit earlier on in his spell.
All right, so it's Josh Thomas again to bowl to Nkrumah Bonner, who is 4 from 15. And here's Thomas. And Bonner is playing and missing. Really just played down the wrong line, because that didn't deviate a lot. And Bonner was playing down the wrong line, because that didn't make that great deal of movement. Maybe just playing, expecting the ball to come back with the angle. Maybe, if anything, just touching down and holding its own. But again, questions being asked.
Yeah, certainly. So Thomas, he delivered that one from an angle. So Bonner would have expected it to come back into him, and what it did was just to straighten while it was going past the outside edge.
He was wide of the crease, a little bit closer this time, and this time Bonner is forward. Ensure that left foot is a little bit more to the pitch, steered it out, but the man at Gully did well to knock it down, and keeping Bonner in the firing line.
Now this is one of the things that I'm sure the Scorpions would not have wanted. To have lost 3 wickets at this stage with Shillingford yet to bowl, you really want to expose Shillingford to your middle order, really. You'd want Shillingford to be bowling to your top order batsmen who may, who would have gotten maybe some time under their belt by the time Shillingford comes into bowl.
Here is Thomas, and Bonner gets one too wide. That is wide. Yeah, signaled as such. The wicketkeeper taking it almost in front of second slip. Maybe the extra effort being put in by Thomas. Really naughty delivery there after you have the batsman under that kind of pressure. And that too wide. Total now 43 for 3.
Yeah, it seems as though Thomas was striving not only for pace, but he was striving for an exaggerated movement away from the batsman. And I think everything just went bad along with his action and everything.
Here is Thomas again to bowl to Bonner, in for the battle, and he's driving, peeling off the outside edge, not the confident stroke that he was attempting through the covers, but at this stage Bonner will take them any way that he can get them, because it has been a right old battle between himself and the Volcanoes Pacers, peeling off the outside half, out towards the backward point region, gets 2, and the total now 45 for 3.
Yeah, and the bowlers have really and truly been all over this batting lineup so far. They've not allowed them to get away with much. They've not bowled many 4 balls, and they've really and truly continued to squeeze at the batting.
Indeed, here is Thomas again from over the wicket. Bonner gets one that comes back at him against some bounce. Played it well in the end, but you could see that again he was a little unsettled by the bounce, and that one coming in back to him as opposed to the ones that were leaving. Managed to play it relatively comfortably in the end, out into the offside, doesn't score. And Thomas is operating with 3 slips and a gully. The point is a little deep, and then there is extra cover mid-on, forward short leg, and the obligatory long leg. Here is Thomas again to bowl to Bonner, and he's driving and edging and past the 3rd slip and the gully down to the boundary for 4. Oh, that time around a genuine chance, you may think. Over the head of the gully, not in control, outside edge taken, driving loosely outside the off stump, down to the boundary for 4. Kerry Scott, the Scorpion batsmen, continue to make heavy weather of this rather disciplined bowling Volcanoes attack.
Yeah, and again, whenever you have very disciplined bowling, bowlers not giving you much, those are the type of deliveries that you try to score off. So things like that will happen. I mean, you'll get a take outside edge, you'll fly over, man at slip, squeeze a ball through here, squeeze a ball through there. It's just a part and parcel of what happens when you have very tight bowling, and bowling asking a lot of questions. But at the end of the day, what the Scorpion batsmen have to be thinking about doing here, they have to be thinking about weathering the storm when the bowlers are in those good areas, and anything that they see loose, similar to what you saw a while ago, they have a go at it. You can't continue to jam and defend and block your way through. You must be able to find a way to score.
Left arm Maxwell to bowl to Palmer. Palmer drives a lovely shot for 4. When you see that, you'll see cricket at its absolute highest. Pitched up, and Palmer, who's in some form, he scored a half century and 100 in his first 2 innings this season. Well, he punched that back past the mid-off area with some real authority, and that goes up to the boundary for 4. That's a Scorpion 50, by the way, and it couldn't have come up with a more pleasant shot.
Yes, and Paul Palmer, he certainly will have to be the man to take the fight to this Volcanoes bowling attack, and he looks very much up to it this afternoon.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot. That really should do his confidence a world of good. And here's Maxwell again, runs in and bowls, and Palmer is working this one out into the mid-wicket region. That one was a little bit straighter, and Palmer working it nicely. Didn't try to overhit it, just coming forward, leaned on it, and worked it out into the mid-wicket region for a single. Takes the total now to 54 for 3.
Palmer looks very confident, Orville. I mean, having just coming off 150 in the first innings of the last match, he looks very confident. The confidence even shows with how he's leaving the ball. He's really gotten some deliveries that, had it been somebody who was searching for form, more than likely they would have nicked one already. But he's really looked as though his concentration levels are high, and he looks up to the battle today.
I want you to explain this field to me. There's a man at forward short leg that's a little bit deep, but there's also a catching mid-wicket. Do they feel that Bonner has the tendency to lean over and flick like that with the left-hander coming around the wicket, coming into him? They may feel that, I don't know what they know about Bonner, but they feel that maybe he leans over with that flick shot, and there's a mid-wicket catching that could be exploited for the ball, that exact delivery coming round the wicket and angling into it.
So I'm not even sure if they believe that he plays across his front pad or whatever, or just the fact that McSween is getting the ball to induct to the left-hander, and in so doing, the likely places that the ball will go are where those two fielders are.
And this time Bonner is confidently in behind it. You could see he liked how that felt. He posed a little bit after coming in behind that back of a delivery. What is
interesting is that they're bowling without a man at backward point, which tells you that their line of attack. The same thing I was saying earlier today when the Scorpions were bowling, that I just couldn't see what line of attack they were taking. They had an occasion when they were getting the balls to get to where Milne was bowling around the wicket to left hander coming back into them, and they didn't have anybody at mid wicket.
There you go. Maxwell around the wicket bowls, and Bonner is forward. That one came back, almost came between bat and pad, maybe started out thinking that he would be driving, but realizing that the ball wasn't quite there, and maybe angling back in as well. Did well to readjust for a defensive shot.
Certainly. Maxwell is really asking some questions here of Bonner. That delivery was nicely flighted because it didn't have much pace on it.
Right.
But what it did have was a lot of curl on it. You saw where Bonner was thinking about the drive, but he had to come down at the last minute.
Maxwell again, and Bonner gets one full up, takes off for a single, has to be careful, gets it in the end. And single taken. And Bonner is safe. He's on 11, and it's now 55 for 3.
So another very good over from McSween, over in which he asked a lot of questions to the batsmen, and questions they were able to answer. But at the end of the day, I believe that what the Scorpions have to do, they have to be able to bat as long as possible. They have to realize that what they need to do now is bat more time than anything else. Runs will come, but these two, they have to ensure that they can build a partnership, a strong partnership here, maybe a partnership for maybe about a 60-70, just to get the Scorpions back on track.
So the captain continues to maintain a fairly attacking field, 3 slips and a gully, and then there's a point, there's a man at extra cover, a forward short leg that is a little deep for me, Kerry Scott. Usually the forward short leg is a little bit closer than that, but here is Thomas, and Bonner gets one wide down the leg side. Thomas, you don't want to undo the good work that Lewis was doing from that Michael Holding end. He's bowled some good deliveries, but he'll also bowl some fairly innocuous ones as well.
Yeah, he seems as though he's striving for pace more than line and length. He really and truly wants to get after these batsmen. He wants to hurry them into playing their shots, and because of that, I think he has overcompensated. And some of these balls are angling down the leg side primarily because he doesn't keep his wrist firmly behind the seam of that ball.
All right, Thomas again over the wicket to bowl to Bonner. Bonner leaves outside off stump, picked up the line very, very early, and there's as you mentioned a while ago, Kerry, you could know when a batsman is confident even when he leaves. They don't leave late. The decision to leave was made the minute the ball was delivered. Picked up the line early and allowed it to go through to the keeper. Still 55 for 3.
Certainly, and then again, we saw where Thomas was trying to get that outswinger working. He's not confident with the in-swingers. A couple that he's bowled so far, they've gone down the leg side, so he's now trying to get back on that off stump.
Good observation. That here is Thomas. Bonner leaves again. Very, very disciplined. He's saying to the bowler, I'm not going to go chasing, you have to come to me. That's good batting. Also good bowling because the bowler is doing the right thing, hanging it out there with some shape on it. But so far it's a very good contest between bat and ball.
Yeah, certainly good contest. And Thomas, having been the first change, he knows that a lot is now on his shoulders because Lewis would have bowled such a great spell earlier. He knows that his captain will require at least same type of pressure bowling from him.
So this enthralling contest continues. Here is Thomas, and Bonner gets one on the leg stump, thinking maybe about that flick, and maybe the ball just dipping a little bit, maybe some movement in the air, and in the end check that on drive, and just dropped it down in front of him. No run. Still 55 for 3. Bonner is on 11. In fact, both batsmen are on 11, and they have both faced the identical amount of deliveries. 28 deliveries faced for Bonner's 11 as Thomas runs in again, bowls, and 2 wide. And Thomas definitely wants to be a lot closer. You don't want the batsman to be leaving at will 3-4 deliveries in a row. And through to the keeper, no run. So the fieldsmen around the bat trying to G up the fast bowler, trying to encourage him as Thomas runs in again from over the wicket, and Bonner is getting one that he's right behind. Maybe wanted to just work it into the onside, but the ball may be coming onto him just a little bit quicker than he would have anticipated, and in the end just had to drop it down the pitch. End of Thomas's second over, well, his third over. He's now bowled 3 overs, none for 7, and Palmer and Bonner on 11 each. The partnership between these two is now worth 24, so they have gone steadily along Kerry Scott. And from the standpoint of the Scorpions, a whole lot more work to do. Max Sween again. 9 overs, 1 for 27. And the captain decides that he's really going to be giving him an extended spell. And that's still 3 slips and a gully. There's a catching cover point mid-off and mid-on and a backward square. That's pushed out towards the man at short cover and right to the man, no run resulting. Still 55 for 3. So Max Sween again. And into bowl to Palmer, who is getting the ball off the outside edge. Out towards gully. Didn't push out at it. Ball taking the outside half. Knocked down by the man at gully, and Bonner strides down the wicket to have a word with his fellow middle-order batsman.
And that's a danger when batting to McSween. He does, because he gets because he has that natural knack to get the ball to go away from the left-hander. As a left-hander, you have to be careful of how you play at those deliveries that are pitch and line of the off stump.
In fact, the captain has now decided to reinforce that slip cordon. He's taken the man out of that catching cover position. He's now have 3 slips, 2 gullies. Max Sween bowls, and that's a pearler of a delivery. That it doesn't get better than that. The left arm pacer over to the left-handed batsman. Really good delivery that. Palmer pushing forward, genuinely played at that, and the ball touching down and just whizzing past the outside edge through to the keeper.
Yeah, again, a very good delivery by McSween, but you don't expect that McSween will be bowling much longer after this over. This will be 10 overs on the trot.
Yeah.
It's very tough stuff for him.
Certainly bowling well. Here's he again, and this time Palmer is a lot more confident. You could hear the thud of leather on willow as Palmer stands up nicely, plays it out into the offside, no run.
And certainly if the Volcanoes are going to be or if they have any thoughts of enforcing follow on the Scorpions, then certainly they wouldn't want to be bowling McSween and Lewis into the ground, knowing that maybe they may have to come back and bowl again in the second innings.
McSween bowls, that's worked away by Palmer. There's runs here for the Jamaican left-handed batsman out into the mid-wicket region. They're coming back for the second, a full delivery, and he worked it nicely into the mid-wicket region for 2 and takes his tally now up to 13. 57 for 3.
Right. So one of the things that the captain of the Volcanoes team has to do, he has to manage his bowlers properly. If he doesn't do that, then as I said before, if the opportunity of a follow-on presents itself, they may not be able to take it.
Maybe the captain is saying, let me bowl them out first, and then the thought of a follow-on second. I want to get these Jamaicans out, and Max Sween is at the moment as likely as anybody to get anybody out. So he's not probably thinking about a follow-on. His thought may be, what can I do to get the Jamaican Scorpions out cheaply? Maybe he'll worry about the follow-on after. That's the final delivery of the over. And the batsman stands up and plays down the wicket. No run. Kerry Scott yields to Jerome Foster. And Jerome 57 for 3. The partnership at the moment worth 26. These two are temperamentally 2 of the better Jamaican batsmen. They are not the kind of shot-to-ball batsman like John Campbell and say Jermaine Blackwood. So these two, you would say Asad Fudadin as well, but these two are as temperamentally sound as anybody else, which tells you the importance of this particular partnership.
Indeed, and cerebrally as well, because they have shown that level of composure, that level of maturity that was needed to steady our innings, to steady our partnership. they haven't looked flamboyant. They've waited on bad deliveries. They've capitalized on the bad deliveries as well.
Thomas bowls and Bonner is off the pad. He's out. He's giving him out LBW, or is it caught? I think it's the LBW, because the batsman, the forward short leg fielder, was attempting to run him out after Bonner maybe leaned over too much. Ball struck in front. He doesn't seem to be complaining about the decision, so another wicket goes, and we make it Bonner LBW to Josh Thomas for 11.
I think I brought the goods to there because he was batting so well. Ball was straight. He played around his front pad, and to be quite honest, I was a little bit surprised because I thought it hit him high based on the reaction of the fielders. But to the umpire, it was quite straight and plumb. And now the Scorpions are in deep, deep trouble because I think Bonner is the best batsman in the team. The most complete batsman in the team. And to lose him now at 57 for 4, I think it's almost going downhill. If we're not downhill already, with Alden Thomas to join Paul Palmer.
Now Alden Thomas, the wicketkeeper, is striding to the crease, and can't be a good news that Alden Thomas is bat pad. Also, I'm being told it's officially out caught, not LBW. I was wondering for a while, but why would Shortleg be trying to run out the batsman if you are appealing for a catch? Well, Bonner, in leaning over, had left his crease. So maybe the forward Shortleg was saying, well...
Indeed, and he didn't show any form of reprimand or anything towards the umpires because he just walked off immediately. So that would suggest he's sure he got a nick.
Right.
Or if it hit him in front, he'd be confident enough to say that, well, I'm out for sure. So... either ways, the Scorpions are the ones facing all the problems now with that dismissal from Bonner. And to think 57 for 4 now, it's a massive job for these two. Massive, massive job. Paul Palmer Jr., he's not going to be the one who is going to accelerate or try to up the ante. He's trying to bat and bat as long as possible to keep his team in the game. But the rest of the batting order has to come to the party. Derval Green has done well with the bat in recent times. Jamie Merchant locally has done well. He scored a 50 in the Super 50 as well. So there's some amount of batting to come, but you wouldn't, as a coaching staff, you wouldn't want it to come down to number 7 and 8 and 9. You want the top order to perform.
Yes, indeed. Thomas to bowl to Thomas. And that's a classic delivery. Oh, that was right up from Josh Thomas. And Alden almost fell over and digging it out. What a first delivery to get.
That's you can't get a better delivery than that first up. Well played by Thomas. He was alert. Dug it out. And that should give him some amount of confidence that, well, he's ready to bat. He's under a little bit of pressure as well because he has competition in Dennis Smith, who's coming over from the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Coach Coley has already alluded to it that he doesn't want one keeper to be settled in the position. He wants competition and challenges. And Thomas, who I highly rate, especially from the schoolboy level, I hope he transfers some of that to this innings.
Thomas to Thomas, lovely shot, but straight to the fieldsman. And no run resulting.
He scored 100 against the England Lions
at Sabina Park. I watched the innings. I tell you about some lovely shots in there, Gerald Foster. I remember 160 hit. Can't remember the spinner from that end, and he hit him inside out into the extra cover region in that scoreboard. For people who are not seeing where the scoreboard is, just over cover. He made 100. It was a classy innings as well.
Indeed.
So he can bat. Here's Alden Thomas facing up to Josh Thomas, a battle of the Thomases, and he plays that one dead straight back past the bowler and takes off for his first run. Nice, correct, straight defensive technique. Gets his first run.
Indeed, he didn't try to overhit it. He was just trying to get in line with the ball. Just pushed it along the pitch and got off the mark. But Thomas, he has been given a lot of confidence by this new coaching staff because he was used as an opener in the Super 50, just concluded Super 50, and captain at that time, Rovman Powell, had said he was looking at him as one of the persons who would shine or be a surprise package in the competition. He didn't really get the amount of runs that he would have wanted, but he got a couple of 50s, so he's in some type of form.
Here is Thomas bowls, and Palmer drives, lovely shot for 4. Oh, goodness me, that one was pitched up, and Paul Palmer caressing it nicely, down through mid-off. Maybe one of the candidates for the shots of the game so far.
Shot of the day for sure. Overpitched by Thomas, and he just leaned into that. Bang, down the offside, and beautifully driven by Palmer. Textbook drive. You cannot get it better than that. Overpitched. He didn't try to overhit it. He just used all timing graciously down to the boundary for 4.
So Palmer will continue. Palmer will continue. He's on 17 from 35 deliveries. And it's 62 for 4 now. Thomas bowls. He's driving and missing. You have to rate that as a bowler. Had the bravery to pitch up again, maybe with a little bit more movement on it. Palmer tempted to go into the drive. Lucky not to have gotten that up.
Indeed, it wasn't as full as the previous delivery. So Palmer couldn't get as close as he wanted to that one and beat him outside the off stump. Good bowling from Thomas. Nice high action as well. Nicely built, tall bowler. Hitting the deck hard. Gets a little bit of movement off the surface as well. So good prospects for the Windward Islands. They have really a nice quota of bowlers so far. McSween looks like a good prospect. He was one of the under-19 bowlers.
In 2014.
Exactly. Sherman Lewis is a West Indies representative. He's looking above average now. And they have the Jamaica Scorpions in all type of problems, and their trump card in Shane Shillingford hasn't gotten the ball as yet. So that's supposed to send a lot of signals to the Jamaica Scorpions dressing room at the moment.
Yeah, if you're thinking about as Orville Higgins vacates his position, McQueen will continue this one short outside the off stump. That's too wide. I was just talking to another sports personality here in Jamaica, and I was making reference to this Windward Islands team. Is that on the surface you might think, okay, it's the Windward Islands and they don't normally perform, but just looking at this team, in the 11 there are 5 players who have test cricket experience. That's not just international experience, that's test cricket experience. Here's McQueen once more. This one very close to off stump. That was a shave wide of off stump there. Lovely delivery.
And you'd always hear that's a good leave. But I tell you what, his heart must be in his mouth at the moment, because all the hands behind him went up. It was that close.
It was close.
8 arms behind him went up in accord. But as you were mentioning about the West Indies experience, we can also trickle it down to junior experience as well, because the wicketkeeper is a representative, McSween is a representative. A lot of experience in this team.
Yeah, there are a lot of experience. As Aldane Thomas gets this one round about the line of Midland leg, works it into the onside. There is no run. So you're looking at experienced players in this unit, and what they've managed to do now, especially with that win against the Barbados Pride, is that you've added now belief in this squad that they can beat top teams, and it's been happening a couple of years now. Here's the delivery back of a length outside the off stump. Aldane Thomas gets behind it, defends it, and there is no run. It's picked up by the man at backward point. So you have experienced players at international level. You have experienced players who have been playing regional cricket for a while.
Indeed.
And you add belief.
But one critical element of the Scorpions' batting performance so far is that they haven't really tried to rotate the strike. They have been bogged down by the bowling, whether it's been good.
Another full delivery outside the line of off stump. Aldane Thomas allows that to go through to the wicket-keeper, no run.
Yeah, I'm saying whether it's been good or not, you cannot allow yourself to be bowled at 5-6 deliveries constantly. By that, you're going to be able to be under pressure. And then when you're under pressure, you're going to be seeing loose shots, like the John Campbell dismissal or the Fudadin dismissal. And then you put the team in a spot of bother that they are now, 62 for 4 and almost out of the game.
And McSween once more to bowl to Aldane Thomas. Again, the delivery shaping in, and Aldane Thomas has to be careful And Maxwell's over comes to an end. It's a maiden over. He's been bowling for an eternity. 11 overs on the trot. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 29. And his speed hasn't dropped. His consistency probably has dropped off just a little bit. But that's just superb. It seems as if he's making up for all the years he didn't play regional cricket.
Indeed, and after his first over, we were a little bit worried for him because we saw the physio attending to him. Now he's signaling to the bench that he needs some attention. They had some cream rubbing to his knee, so we were wondering how is he coming into the game unfit. But he has really showed some amount of strength so far, especially in this heat, because it's very, very hot now out in the middle. And to bowl 11 overs on the trot, 3 maidens, and he has also picked up a wicket, but he has caused so much problems for the Jamaica Scorpions batsmen.
And here is Thomas now continuing from the Michael Holding end. This one outside the line of the off stump, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. And I tell you what, there's also another element to this Windward Islands team, is that if you look at their 3 fast bowlers compared to the 3 fast bowlers that the Jamaica Scorpions have in their roster, you're looking at Sherman Lewis, who is a pretty decent fast bowler, gets the ball to nip around, hits the pitch hard, hits a back of a length hard. You look now at Josh Thomas, very tall, rangy, as this one again outside the line of the off stump, looking to pitch up the ball more. So Sherman Lewis tried to hit just a good length, back of a length, hitting the bat hard, but since Thomas has come onto the attack from that Michael Holding end, he has looked to pitch the ball up, get it to move. Maxwell, left arm seamer, gets the ball to nip around as well. So you're looking at 3 bowlers pretty much round about the same pace, going at a good nick, and they present 3 different challenges.
And that is what having a different bowler brings to the attack in the left arm pace.
Here's Thomas once more. Another delivery outside the line of the off stump, just teasing Paul Palmer Jr. there. For the Jamaica Scorpions team, if you take into consideration the first session on the opening day, Derval Green, some short deliveries, 2 wide. Markina Mindley from the opposite end, short deliveries, 2 wide, didn't challenge the batsman as much. And Nicholas Gordon then came on, predominantly short deliveries, and just wasn't really presenting too much of a challenge. Allowed the Windward Islands batsmen to leave balls outside the off stump, and when they attacked the stumps, they were either too full or too short. Here is Thomas again, another delivery round about 5th stump this time, and Paul Palmer onto the front foot allows this one to go through to the wicket keeper. And there is no run. Score remains 62 for 4.
And you can see some amount of consistency as well. It's as if they have come out with a plan to attack 4th stump of the left-handers. To the right-handers, they have, to both Blackwood and Bonner so far, they have been troubling them, the middle stump. They have been very, very straight to them. So you can see some amount of planning, not a lot of width. Boundaries that they have conceded have been over-pitch deliveries, so there has been some amount of planning.
And no ball called here for overstepping. So, and I was just talking about Paul Palmer Jr., and if it is that I'm supposed to pick up one thing from him this season, even though he's batted 2 times and now batting 17 from 41, is that I believe Paul Palmer Jr. now, this season, what I've seen in these 2 games, has looked more to score runs than previous season, where it was more about surviving.
An occupation, because he was trusting the game. He didn't trust his attacking instincts, and that's part of playing the game as well at a higher level.
Here's Lewis, Paul Palmer Jr. on the front foot, aggressive running, just pushed it into the offside, into the vacant cover region, and quickly went through for a single. It was the last delivery of the over. Over comes to an end. Thomas completes his 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14. Paul Palmer Jr. 17, Alden Thomas on 1, and the score 65 for the loss of 4.
But But you can also add that Palmer, when he came into the team, he was under a lot of pressure because there was so much media pressure as well as to why is he in the team, just being named as a captain. He didn't have most of the runs in trials and so on. So he had external pressure to deal with other than just on the field pressure.
Well, there's actually one delivery left in this over my this one down the leg side again, and it comes back to what you were saying, Jerome, that to the right-handers they've looked to attack the batsmen, their bodies, middle stump, middle and leg stump, but to the left arm seamers, the left arm batsmen rather, they've gone outside fourth or fifth stump.
Indeed.
Over comes to an end now. 64 for the loss of 4 after 23 overs. Paul Palmer Jr. and 18, Altain Thomas and 1.
And it's coming from the game against the Pride as well, because the Pride really struggled against McSween and Lewis in their first innings. At one stage they were like 46 of 5, if I'm not mistaken. So they have some amount of quality, amount of confidence so far. So we'll see how well it goes from now on.
Yeah, the Jamaica Scorpions really battling here. And Sunil Ambris and the Windward Islands Volcanoes team seems as if they're really going for the kill now, because they've brought back Sherman Lewis from now this Courtney Walsh end. They've giving McSween a rest, has bowled 11 overs on the trot. McSween, and now Lewis, who has been rested for 5 overs, takes up back the challenge coming from the opposite end that he started from. Will be bowling to the left-handed Paul Palmer Jr. with 3 slip, a gully backward point, mid-on, mid-off. There's also a man at fine leg, and the man catching under the bat at forward short leg.
I'm quite surprised we haven't seen Shane Shillingford as yet.
Here's Lewis. This one onto the pads of Paul Palmer Jr. Whipped into that leg side. Goes down to that long leg region.
A little bit of shape on that one from Lewis, who is around the wicket. Not the first time this innings. Has been his A plan at the moment, because he only bowled a couple of deliveries over the wicket in his first over. Since then he has been around the wicket trying to shape the ball away, even with the natural angle coming in to the left-handers, and he has been successful so far. 2 for 20. Had John Campbell caught behind, as well as Jermaine Blackwood down the leg side.
Here's Lewis once more over the wicket. This time to Altain Thomas, who's going for the expansive drive outside the off stump. Ball beats him, goes through to the wicket keeper, no run. Score remains 65 for 4. No deliveries like those, Paul Palmer Jr. would not have offered a shot. I've seen him drive off one delivery and missed it, and that was off the bowling of Thomas about 2 overs ago.
And he normally puts away that shot unless it's really, really full. He's not going to be drawn into it. But Thomas is a completely different batsman. He loves to field ball on bat, and that's one of his favorite shots, going through the extra cover region.
Here's Lewis once more to bowl to Altain Thomas. This one wide outside the off stump, back of a length. No shot offered. Goes through to wicket-keeper Stewart.
And for him to be batting at number 6, it gives him additional responsibility, and I think that's what Coach Coley wants as well. I think he wants to just see them as wicket-keeper batsmen and not just wicket-keepers, because the wicket-keeper batsman role has become a pivotal role in international cricket, and the West Indies, they have found one in recent times in Dulwich who has produced. So to put pressure on him, you would want other batsmen in the region to be performing at that level.
And this one shaping away from the right-handed Thomas from Sherman Lewis. No shot offered again. It's just a wait and see here for Sherman Lewis, and also Thomas from the opposite end, just bowling that line outside the off stump to Altain Thomas. Waiting, because, and what they've done is that they've left the cover region empty, so there's a backward point and a mid-off. So they're saying you can go for the drive. If you can get it through there, you'll get 4 runs, but if you edge, you'll be dismissed.
And it is what I was saying about having 387 on the board. Having 387 allow you to give up a couple of boundaries. You can give up 3 or 4 boundaries, but you're still in the game. It's not as if you're going to be behind the 8 ball. The Scorpions, they didn't bowl as well as they would like with the new ball, and then that put them on the back foot and then put the captain under pressure. He had to be very defensive very early. Even though we criticized him, he didn't really have an option in some cases, but that's how the game goes. When there's scoreboard pressure, bowlers can exercise their qualities.
Another delivery wide outside the off stump. No shot offered. Over comes to an end. The end of over number 24. 65 for the loss of 4. Paul Palmer Jr. 19. And Aldin Thomason won the latest here at Sabina Park. Just got a message, by the way, from my very good friend Dwight Stewart from Clarendon. And from GC Foster plays his cricket down there in Clarendon, and surprisingly at 2:22 here in Jamaica, he sent me the result of a schoolboy game that has ended. And you certainly did a story recently about the quality of lack thereof of youth cricket in Jamaica. Now, a team here in Jamaica, or a school, Central High, got bowled out for 60 runs against Clarendon College. And we've had teams here being bowled out for 16. Here's Thomas from the Michael Holding end, delivered to Paul Palmer Jr. No shot offered.
The question is, did Clarendon College win the game?
Yes, I did. And it's an important question. They made 61 for 1. It's an important question. So during the first week of schoolboy cricket here in Jamaica, we've seen scores of teams getting bowled out for 16. We've seen a school getting bowled out for 36. I've seen a school making 145 declared and winning by almost 100 runs. Here's a short delivery. Paul Palmer onto the back foot, onto the bounce of it, punches it to the cover region, and it races to the boundary for 4. A wonderful shot by the former Jamaica Scorpions captain, who's really playing a fantastic innings here. It's still early. It's now 23, but the score now goes up to 67 for the loss of 4.
Nice shot there from Palmer. Bad ball from Thomas. Short of a length, very, very short. The ball just sat up. They haven't gotten much reward from the shorter deliveries so far in this innings, and Palmer just getting bread and butter there. He just vacant cover region, he just punched it off the back foot quite comfortably. Easy 4 runs, the easiest 4 runs he's had so far in this innings. He has had to work very, very hard. 23 from 45 deliveries, and he's trying to lead a rescue mission here for the Scorpions, who are well and truly on the back foot.
Yes, and I robbed them 2 runs. It's 69 for 4. Here's Thomas again. This one coming in towards Paul Palmer Jr. gets it into the onside. What that shot did as well, Jerome, is that the man who was at forward short leg has been removed. He's now added to the cover region, so there's a man now at cover.
And I accept him going into the covers, but I'd maybe move the man from square leg and get another man in the catching behind Palmer, because of the foolish length Thomas has bowled predominantly.
Here's Thomas once more, laboring in. Again, this one back of a length into Paul Palmer Jr. gets behind it and defends it along the pitch on the onside. He looks so compact when he defends Paul Palmer Jr. and he has impressed a lot. I've been impressed with his shot so far. Played an absolutely exquisite drive down the ground. And
he has really improved his offside play as well, because generally, predominantly has looked to score through the onside in junior cricket coming up, but he has really improved his offside play.
Here's Thomas once more. This one hitting the shoulder of the bat, while Palmer just taking away his bottom hand. The ball drops in front of the man at gully. Looks to be Hodge.
Well, this also raises a question about the selection of the team. How would you leave out Paul Palmer? Why would you leave out Paul Palmer Jr. in the first place, based on his scores that he has made so far?
Well, let's be fair. Orville Higgins asked me this question a couple days, maybe about a week or so back. Let's be clearly honest. Paul Palmer Jr. averaged 19 last season. It's a wide delivery outside the off stump. Average 19 all season. I saw him in a practice game. He made a fantastic century at Shedwin Park in one of the practice games.
And he was one of few batsmen who scored centuries in the trials. He was one of few.
Yes, he was. But when talking to Coach Andre Coley, he said that Paul Palmer Jr. was just marginally outside of his top 5. So when he looked at it, and you would argue that Paul Palmer Jr. would have been competing with someone like Nkrumah Bonner, probably Rovman Powell, Asad Fudadin, Jermaine Blackwood.
And then the added dimension of Rovman giving you some overs in the middle as well.
Exactly. So Rovman Powell would come in. So he did say top 5. So looking at the Jamaica Scorpion squad for the opening game, as Paul Palmer Jr. gets some attention here from the physio, it would have been Alwyn Williams to open with John Campbell. I expected maybe Asad Fudadin to come in at 3, Jermaine Blackwood at 4, Nkrumah Bonner at 5, and Rovman Powell at 6. So based on what Andre Coley said, that Rovman Powell's place was outside of the question, because he specifically said outside the top 5. So it would really have been between John Campbell, Asad Fudadin, Jermaine Blackwood, Alwyn Williams, and then Nkrumah Bonner.
But to leave him out of the squad entirely.
To leave him out of the squad entirely was something I was amazed with. To travel with 2 wicket keepers.
I defended that, and I continue to.
Here's a delivery. I think some away movement. Sherman Lewis to Aldane Thomas. No, he traveled with 2 wicket keepers to Trinidad and Tobago for the one game. And there were questions raised about that. His answer to that was that they're no longer wicket keepers, but wicket keeper batsmen. So based on his discussion, the only way Dennis Smith
gets out
would be involved in the team is if Aldane Thomas wasn't involved in the team. Here's Sherman Lewis. And delivery wide outside the line of the off stump, goes through to the wicket keeper. There is no run.
But in fairness, teams when they normally travel, they always travel with 2 wicket keepers. But in this Scorpions team, looking around the Scorpions team, I don't think you have anybody else who has been a wicket keeper before or has done anything behind the stumps. So traveling, you always want to have a plan B, because anything can happen to your wicket keeper on tour. He can, or overseas, because he can go over, gets an injury, and he's out of the game. You have nobody else to replace him.
For that, if that's the explanation, I totally understand. It's the wicket keeping in such a specialist position that you almost feel the need that whenever you're traveling, you travel with 2. It's not a situation where
it's not like an all-round position.
Let's take the Windwards, for instance. Mm-hmm. In their 11, you would think that Emmanuel Stewart would be included in the 11. Sunil Ambrose would be included in the 11.
Yes.
So you can get away. There's no need for you to carry an extra wicket keeper.
Exactly. And if you look at the Scorpions team, there's nobody else who has the capabilities of being a wicket keeper. So you have to travel with a backup wicket keeper, even if he's not going to play as a batsman.
And this one clipped into the leg side. Paul Palmer Jr. goes through for 1. They turn for the second. Had a slip there at the bowler's end. Paul Palmer Jr. comes through to complete 2 runs, goes up now to 25.
I think the field is putting a little bit of pressure on Sherman Lewis now. I think he's not wanting to go too full outside the off stump. Now he's moving the man from cover, going backwards square, because he's getting a lot of swing into Paul Palmer Jr. now. But I'm not so sure on this. I think he's still supposed to be on the off stump, or on and about the off stump.
Yeah, I'm just hoping the batsmen dismissed are looking on. There's a delivery down the leg side again from Sherman Lewis, operating now from around the wicket. No ball also signaled. So I hope the batsmen, especially someone like John Campbell, because John Campbell has to take into consideration that while there is no Test cricket going on for the West Indies, there are selectors looking on and seeing what is happening in regional cricket. And if it is that you are going to get out in these kind of situations, your team under pressure, and you get out in those kind of fashion, it doesn't argue well for you. It's a well played from Paul Palmer Jr. delivery that was coming back into him, played the ball late.
Very, very solid again from Palmer Jr. He really looks like he has something to prove. He looks like he has a big mission to fill. He's had his problems in recent times. He has overcome a lot of problems. His father passed on last year. A big part of his rejuvenation that we're seeing now.
Lewis again around the wicket to bowl to Palmer on the legs and clipped off. Now there's a man at short square leg, went straight to him, so no run there as the over comes to an end.
He seems to be in a little bit of discomfort. He got a hit on his right thumb in the previous over from Josh Thomas. He's had the physio on, but once the ball hits closer to the handle of the bat, he has been taking it off, flashing in recent times. So I don't know how much of an impact that can have on him or could have on him, especially with the Windward Strum card coming up. I don't think we're going to see a lot of pace from that end for now, because Shane Shillingford is getting loose and he's about to come onto the attack. Took 7 wickets in the last game against the Barbados Pride. Spun the Windward Islands to victory.
Wasn't able to back them to victory. It was a pretty soft dismissal with maybe about 3 runs to win, and it was an exciting game because Windward Islands actually won with maybe about 1 or 2 deliveries left in the day's play, and Shane Shillingford just scooped the ball to the man at mid-off.
But he'll tell you his bigger job is to bowl.
He will tell you that, and he had put the team in a very good position. Barbados will tell you that maybe they declared too early. Here's Shane Shillingford. This one outside the off stump. And talk to me about the change. He has changed his approach, Shane Shillingford, so almost gets side on before he delivers the ball.
And the delivery is almost a round arm. It's no longer coming front on because he has been called a couple of times in international and regional cricket.
But his consistency and his length doesn't change, and he will get that because of his height. He has also changed his run-up is a lot shorter than
very, very short
than what I remember from Shane Shillingford.
Had a hop and a skip and a jump coming to the crease in previous times. Had a nice rhythm. He has worked with Mushtaq Ahmed before.
Again, push to the man there at cover. So that's 3 deliveries now. And if the ball is that back of a length, you have time to see it, and you're not picking the space. See, this one is flicked through mid-wicket and go through for 1.
Oh, no.
And they will only get 1. And now there's another thing here. There's a man deep on the mid-wicket boundaries, is quite square. Had Alden Thomas just not pushed the ball that firmly, he could have gotten 2.
And it's a problem that he's had since junior cricket, because he's normally trying to force the ball in front of him rather than playing late. So he has normally struggled against leg spin. But now he has gone back a couple of times with lots of time to hammer the ball through the offside or even to gap the ball. But he's just picked out the man at cover. No soft hands. He's not playing late enough. And that's something he needs to work on going forward in his game, because he has the talent. He's a very good batsman. Scored 100 last year against the England Lions here.
Yeah, I did see that century against the England Lions. And it was a century where not a lot of persons got in. It was similar to the century that Jamar Hamilton would have scored as well. It felt as if the team was going to be bowled out, and then he produced something special. The Paul Palmer Jr. defends this one, over comes to an end. The first over from Shane Shillingford, the only 1 run coming off it. Alden Thomas is on 3, Paul Palmer Jr. on 25. The score is 74, the loss of 4.
A very quiet over from Shillingford. Tidy. couple of short deliveries. Wasn't his best of overs in terms of bounce and turn and creating excitement around the back, but he's just getting into his groove. He normally bowls long spells, and he's normally good at bowling long spells. So we'll see how it goes. But the Scorpions must be disappointed at 74 for 4. We were all here preaching about the flatness of the pitch, but it hasn't really
I wouldn't necessarily say all.
just me. But
It was just
I think
you.
I've made a cardinal sin in cricket, because you're always told never to judge a pitch until both teams bat on it.
Yeah, I knew that Sherman Lewis wouldn't have completed that delivery. He turned, was looking to bowl. The batsman wasn't ready, Aldane Thomas, and then he decided to go through anyway.
And with 4 minutes to tea, you will be hoping that this would signal to Aldane Thomas to throw away that cover drive just for this over.
Yeah, like the fact that they've gone to three slipper gully and a backward point and a man at mid-off for this over. This one bouncing and catching Aldane Thomas high. They've also have the forward short leg. They've brought him back mid-on and fine leg.
Good aggressive approach from Captain Ambrose here. I've been saying Hodge is the captain, but Ambrose is the captain for this match. Hodge was the captain for the previous encounter because Ambrose was on West Indies duties. He's back now and taking over the reins. Disappointing innings, but his team is well in charge here on top. 74 for 4 and trying to get another one before the tea interval.
Here's another delivery there, appealing a ball, lifting ball, and Aldane Thomas just taking his bat away at last minute. Half-hearted appeal from behind the stumps. The wicket-keeper didn't go up, but
and he's normally very animated.
yeah, he's normally very animated. You could tell that Jeremy Blackwood was dismissed. The moment he caught the ball down the leg side, he was off Emmanuel Stewart. Here is Lewis again, another delivery, leaving the right-hander. Aldane Thomas just playing inside the line of it. And goes through to the wicket-keeper, no run. 74 for the loss of 4.
Nice shape there from Lewis, just a little bit too wide. Testing, you want to test him with that big booming cover drive that he loves so much. Nice movement. Ball is in its 28th over. Lewis is in his 10th over of the day. And getting a lot of movement, natural movement. You wouldn't call it reverse swing at this time. Nice natural movement away from the bat. He has been getting it to go towards the stumps with the left-handers since this second spell.
Here's Sherman Lewis again to bowl to Aldane Thomas. This time he gets out the drive but hits it straight to the man at mid-off. And the Windward's team, they're behind by maybe about 2 overs because they've only managed, this is the 28th over, and we're now just maybe a minute and a half or 2 minutes before the tea time interval.
Indeed.
So they've played one session and they're going to complete maybe 28, maybe 29 overs. And Sherman Lewis at the top of his mark. 3 slip, almost 4 slip, gully. Just moving the field around Sunil Ambrose. A good delivery outside the off stump.
Well left by Thomas, showing some amount of composure, trusting his defense there. Showing good judgment, knowing where his off stump is. Didn't have a hack at or a waft at that delivery outside the off stump. Well, came in with the angle and then just left him at the last minute from Lewis. I've been a little bit impressed by Lewis. When he was called to the West Indies team, I was a little bit surprised, to be quite honest, especially going on the subcontinent.
Here is Lewis again, this one down the leg side. I don't think that's a run. Would have been dead ball signal. But the over comes to an end. Paul Palmer Jr. looks as if he wants to go off for tea. And the umpires are standing around. Looks as if it is the tea time interval. So a session that is concluded by a maiden over from Sherman Lewis. 4 wickets for the Windward Islands during the session. 74 runs for the Jamaica Scorpions during that session. And of course the visiting team well and truly on top here at Sabina Park. Before we throw to studios, Jerome, what do you reckon of this session? Paul Palmer Jr. and Aldane Thomas.
the fifth session of the game so far, and I don't think the Volcanoes have lost a session all game. They have really stamped their mark in this session, claiming 4 wickets and 4 big wickets as well. Paul Palmer Jr. being the glue in this team so far from the first game, coming over into this game. He's a difference between the Scorpions being rolled over already based on the quality of bowling we have seen so far from Preston McSween, Sherman Lewis, Josh Thomas so far. The 3 pacers, 3 big fast bowlers that the Volcanoes have produced here. They're well and truly on top. 387, they're still leading by 313 and only 6 more wickets to claim. They're well and truly on top and large and in charge here at Sabina Park.
So the Windward Islands Volcanoes making 387 and the Jamaica Scorpions at tea time on day number 2 here at Sabina Park. They're 74 for the loss of 4. We take a break. We come back in another 19 or so minutes for the final session on this day number 2 of the second round regional 4-day contest between the Jamaica Scorpions and the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
No, from that end for now.
Right, so Alden Thomas gets another run. He's now on 4 and brings Paul Palmer Jr. back on strike. Shillingford from round the wicket. And Palmer drives out towards mid-on. And the ball knocked down. Palmer can't get to score.
I actually like this field for Shillingford.
Yeah, very attacking.
Slip, gully,
Silly mid off.
Yeah,
all around the bat as Palmer sweeps nicely. That could go all the way down towards the fine leg boundary. It gets there just about now. Good runs, good sweep shot for 4, and Palmer, his confidence certainly would have been helped by 50 and 100 in the last game. He's looking the part.
Indeed, and that's one of his favorite shots, the sweep shot off the spinner. Body line delivery from Shillingford, just over-compromising there, trying to get Palmer hit in front, but straight down leg side, and he just lap-swept it. Lap-swept that one down to fine leg, the vacant fine leg position, because of the over-aggressive field that Shillingford has. He has no protection down at long leg.
Yeah, Palmer drives up towards Medan, again hitting the ball a little bit too hard. Medan is fairly deep, but that was hit with such power that he really couldn't get the single. And it's the end of Shillingford's first over. Palmer on 29, certainly looking the part at the moment. And the Scorpions 80 for 4.
Not a bad over for the Scorpions. Palmer dealing with Shillingford quite comfortably. Thomas only faced a couple of deliveries in that over, but Palmer is a very good player of spin. Normally good down the ground, he goes back. If he's going back, he goes right back. He's never ever indecisive when it comes to spin, so you expect him to cope quite well. But Shillingford is normally very, very good, especially against the Scorpions. As I said earlier, coming off a 7-wicket haul, a 9-wicket haul in the last game, took 7 wickets in the second innings of the Pride innings, and that should give him some amount of confidence. Very experienced campaigner as well. Played a couple of, number of matches for the West Indies, spun them to victory in a couple of games as well. So,
all right, is this Lewis coming back for
indeed
another spell? Runs in now and bowls, and Alden Thomas getting a good delivery. Queered him up a little bit, but he managed to drop it out into the offside for a single. Lewis, who had an outstanding opening spell, 2 for 25 from 10, and accounted for 2 of the top order batsmen, and is part of the reason why the Scorpions are in the precarious position that they are now in. He's brought back first up after tea.
And this is what you want to see from the Scorpions as well. You need to see a little bit more intent. You may be 74 for 4, but you're not out of the game entirely. You need to try to get singles. Don't be bogged down by the bowling. Don't put yourself under unnecessary pressure. Try to rotate the strike. Try to mix, especially right and left-handers at the crease. Throw them off their lines and lengths.
Right, here is Lewis from round the wicket now to bowl to Palmer. Oh, too wide. In fact, signaled a wide. Almost went onto the practice pitch beside the one that they're playing on. Really horrible delivery that. And wide signal.
Indeed, bad delivery there from Lewis. Almost as if the ball slipped out of his hand. That didn't come out as he would have liked, I'm sure.
All right, so Lewis now a little less attacking fields than when he started. Now only 2 slips on a gully. But he's from round the wicket. And Palmer is dropping it onto the leg side. The ball angling into the left-hander. Well played out into the onside, no run.
And it's quite strange to explain why the Scorpions are 75 for 4, even though the fast bowlers from the Volcanoes have been quite consistent in their lines and their lengths. They haven't really charged them out or bounced them out as some people would expect. It just have been some careless shots, because the pitch looks quite flat to me. Not a lot of movement off it.
Here is Lewis again, and Palmer was a little uncanny as he dropped a short ball just down at his feet. Managed to ride it down though, and no run resulting.
That one jumped up off a length from Lewis. He has hit the pitch hard all day. I'm a little bit surprised that the captain hasn't really given him a break, because the sun is quite hot. It's quite humid out there.
Yeah.
Big and strong though. He made his debut in the subcontinent, or on the subcontinent, so he's used to this type of heat.
Here's Lewis now bowls, and that's it on the path. That could be close. Maybe an inside edge because the appeal was aborted, and Palmer is upset with himself. Maybe have been an inside edge, maybe a little high. He's rubbing his thigh pad.
I'm going with the latter. I think it's a little bit too high.
Bit too high.
Yeah, I think it beat him. It beat the inside edge just a little bit too high. Nice delivery there from Lewis. The other deliveries went away from Palmer. That one came back, and you can see the plan that the Volcanoes have been trying to execute. They have been trying to get the batsmen to fall over and then hit them with the in-swingers, similar to the Bonner dismissal.
All right, so here's Lewis bowls and Palmer is forward. And you could see him genuinely trying to cover for that late in-swing by coming well outside off stump.
Don't want to compromise too much.
No, he doesn't.
And that's where the quality in the in-swinger will come into play.
All right, so he's definitely covering that off stump. And doing well at the moment. Lewis again. And this time it's worked around into the long leg region. And gets an easy single. Delivery angled into him again, and Palmer was just coming inside his stumps and working it down to long leg for an easy single. End of the over. Lewis's 11th over, 2 for 27, his figures at the moment. And the Scorpions add one more to their total.
And Palmer, I think he'll be a little bit disappointed, especially with the dismissal of Bonner, because they were trying to forge a partnership to really wrestle the advantage back to the Scorpions. They normally bat very well together, but he played a very poor shot. I think he fell over trying to score instead of trying to defend a delivery, a very good delivery from Thomas. But the Scorpions must be a little bit disappointed and should be very, very disappointed because the pitch, not much in the pitch, easy paced, and to be 83 for 4, behind 387, you're almost out of the game.
All right, so Shillingford will continue. 2 overs, none for 6. And Palmer is sweeping. Oh my goodness, that came off the bottom edge, almost crashed onto the stumps. Was a little bit lucky there. Let's see, I read that it came off the bottom edge. Runs indeed. I was a little bit lucky there, Jerome, that it didn't cannon onto his stump.
Indeed, and I think that one came on with the arm. Came in with the angle from Shillingford. Palmer lucky to escape there.
Moves on to 32, does Palmer. Total now 91 for 4. Palmer is steering that out into the short third. Manera gets a single, and they'll have to settle for that. Looks to be rather busy against Shillingford, not wanting him to settle.
Indeed, and that's what you have to do against good bowlers. You don't allow them to, because if they get into a rhythm, then it's going to be problems. And when a man like Shillingford, who loves to bowl long spells, if you get him bowling into your 4 and 5 deliveries in an over, eventually he's going to work you over and then he's going to get you out.
All right, so here's Shillingford again to bowl to Alain Thomas this time. Thomas is driving up towards long on. Nice shot. Nice, pleasant on drive. And gets to 6 with that. And one more run to the Scorpion total.
And that's more likely and more like it for Alain Thomas as well. Over pitch delivery, and he just stroked it easily past the left off short mid wicket. Once he has an opportunity to score, you have to take it. And
Palmer is driving down towards mid-on, and again hit too firmly. That's the 3rd time that he's hit directly to the man at mid-on after bowling of Shillingford. And for the 3rd time, can't get the single.
But I don't think he'll be too disappointed because he's playing in the V, nice and straight.
Yep. Shillingford bowls again, and Palmer brought on the front foot. A good delivery that. Good length, good line. Palmer coming forward and killing whatever spin Shillingford was able to impart. He's from round the wicket again, and this is driven and missed it. Didn't make any contact. And just rehearsing the shot, but he missed the bat. Keeper didn't collect. Ricocheted off towards slip. End of another shilling foot over, and the Scorpions are 87 for 4.
Missed opportunity there for Palmer. He was too anxious. He tried to overhit that delivery, unlike what he was doing for the rest of his innings. He missed everything. No appeals from behind the stumps, or any suggestions of a missed stumping from Emmanuel Stewart. So that just showed that Palmer just missed out on an easy scoring opportunity. In the huddle, he was trying to tell Alden Thomas that he wanted to hit it past the left of the man at short cover, where he just missed out. And those things happen when you're a little bit too anxious.
All right, so Lewis will continue to bowl to Alden Thomas from over the wicket, and that's a perler of a delivery, but Thomas played it well. It was touching down just outside off, shaping away from the right-hander with some bounce on it as well. And Thomas kept the bat in line, didn't follow the ball, and it went through to the keeper. 3 slips and a gully. There's a point. There's a cover fairly close in, and then there's a mid-on and a man on the long leg fence.
A nice thud into the gloves of Stewart there from Lewis. He's getting some bounce. Nice carry off the wicket as well.
Here's Lewis again, bowls, and Thomas leaves alone again. I like what I'm seeing from Thomas. There were at times last year when he looked to be a little bit too impatient, when he really wasn't doing his batting any justice. He came out, had a swing, played a few shots, and was not prepared to guts it out the way he's doing now. He's 6 from 33 balls, but it's an important knock. He's prepared to fight. Indeed,
and since there's another wicket keeper in the squad, it puts added responsibility to his work.
Yes, indeed. Here is Lewis again to bowl to Thomas. Down the leg side, worked away through mid-wicket. There should be at least 2 here. And he played that quite well. He's a decent batsman, is Alden Thomas. Decent wicket keeper as well. And at one point I thought that he was right in line for maybe more President 11 games, if not quite the big times, but certainly last season he never did himself any favors, but looking well in this game.
Yeah, and last season it was really his first season, full season in first class cricket. You expect certain things.
Lewis bowls, he's pulling at it, ball coming off the forearm into the gully region, maybe playing a touch too early.
Way too early. It was well into that pull shot from Lewis. Wasn't a slow bouncer as people would think, just that the ball didn't come off the surface as he would have expected, and it just hit him on the forearm. But going back to Thomas, when he just started this innings, he looked a little bit too eager to score, and then he just went into a shell and then started to miss out on scoring opportunities. Since the interval, he has really looked like a different batsman, more positive but not reckless as he looked early on.
There it is, Lewis bowls, and a no ball. Lewis maybe just striving for extra pace outside off stump. No shot offered by Alden Thomas. 1 more run to the Scorpion total. These two have added 32 steady runs. It's not necessarily
not flamboyant
runs, but it's steady, common sense batting. They haven't gone chasing anything. They have played the ball on merit. Yes, there has been the odd play and misses, but you'll expect that. And these two.
And you have to give some credit to the Volcanoes as well, because they have bowled quite nicely.
Yes, they have. Here is Lewis, and Thomas is correctly forward, playing out into the offside, no run. He's 8 from 37, so he's prepared to do the hard yards. A lot of time still left in the game. This is still only day 2 of a 4-day game. The Scorpions may feel that it may be difficult to win the game outright, but as they did against the Trinidad Red Force last match, they may well feel that if they bat properly from here on in and in the second innings, they could avoid being defeated outright. Here is Thomas, outside off stump with some bounce on it, left alone, through to the keeper, no run.
And in a position like this, as a batsman, you always take the scorecard out of your periphery, because it's all about trying to get as much as you can, trying to send a signal that you belong into the team. And if you bat like that, you're going to score big. And when you score big, obviously the scorecard will then be an issue, because by that time you'll be closer to the first innings of the opposition, and then you can really try to change the direction of the game. But at this point, it's all about batting as long as possible, facing as much deliveries as possible, and trying to wear down the bowlers as possible. So the Scorpions, I don't think Palmer Jr., at this, especially the type of player I know he is, very smart thinking person, always thinking about the game. I know he understands the situation of the game.
Shillingford bowls, and Palmer off the back foot punches back to the bowler. The start of a new Shillingford over sees him bowling 3.1 overs now, none for 10, so hasn't yet picked up a wicket, and Palmer is forward, this time with a lot of respect, straight to the man at still mid off though. And all Shillingford want is for one to pitch on that length and bounces a little bit, and that Palmer will be in trouble. Here is Palmer sweeping. He doesn't need too many invitations to go for that shot. That one will go down towards the fine leg boundary, into the boundary now for 4. And he brings out the broom yet again against Shillingford. That shot has benefited them immensely. Another 4 good-looking runs.
Indeed, another body line delivery from Shillingford. But even with the short fine leg coming a little bit finer, Palmer still had enough quality to get it fine passes left to get 4 more runs, and that's propels him to 37 from 72. He's scoring at a nice rate, but he's not looking as if he's scoring that quickly. Quite comfortable at the crease at the moment.
Yeah, Shillingford bowls. He's playing it out towards that man at mid-wicket, coming across to effectuate the save. No run resulting. That one was straight. And Palmer just working it into the mid-wicket region, but didn't get a run. Shillingford bowls, and he's off the back foot, works it around to backward square. They take 1, that's all they'll get. And again, Palmer now scoring quite nicely, and adds 1 to his tally, goes up to 38 now, and the Scorpions now 94 for 4.
And the scoreboard ticking over quite nicely here for the Scorpions. A 38-run partnership between Thomas, who only has 8, but he needs to bat long here for his team. Only the bowling all-rounders and the bowlers to come. Derval Green, Jamie Merchant.
All right, this is, they're appealing, not sure why, as Thomas was forward. And at the end of the over may have been a little bat in that. And at the end of Shillingford's 4th over, haven't seen any spinner getting, oh yeah, we did see Patrick Hart to get 3, but the spinners for the most part haven't looked as threatening. And Shillingford, who usually is the trump card for this Windward Islands Volcanoes team, hasn't looked particularly threatening.
No, and not at this stage. I wouldn't expect them to, because it's only day and a half. 4-day game. Probably tomorrow you'll be looking for some more purchase for them. Day 1, you just expect more variations from the spinner. You'll be a little bit scared if you see a lot of spin and bounce on day 1, because day 2, 3, and 4 will be problematic for the batters. So it's all about long spells and variations for the spinners now. Yeah,
Lewis continues bowls, and that's just drop down into the onside. Paul Palmer Jr. there, maybe wanting to work it a little bit finer. There was some bounce on that. Couldn't get in a run as it just bubbles out into the onside. And that 2 steps and a gully, a point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Square leg, or just backward of square. You could almost call that almost a leg gully, the way he's in close. And no run signal for that one outside off stump, or no run attempted from that one outside off stump.
Yeah, and the 13th over here for Lewis, and you still see a nice head height carry for Emmanuel Stewart. That shows that his pace is still up.
Yeah, but definitely not looking as menacing. Not looking as menacing here in this spell as he did in the previous spell, but still bowling pretty well. Palmer played and missed. Pushing at it, ball touching down, outside off, just doing enough to beat the forward defensive prod from Palmer through to the keeper, no run.
It's almost as if the ball angled in and then shaped away at the last minute, which caught Palmer off guard because he poked at that delivery. Luckily for him, he didn't get an edge. Emmanuel Stewart was ready and waiting.
All right, so here is Lewis again in his 13th over, and Palmer leaves well alone. That one was much wider off the off stump, and no shot offered. I feel. So Palmer goes into his stance again and watches as Lewis turns at the far end. And that little stuttering start before he moves off into his full run. He's there now and balls, and Palmer is driving up towards mid-wicket. Wanted to go a lot straighter than that, but with that ball coming with the angle, just peeling off the inside half of the bat out towards mid-wicket. Has to be careful he doesn't get bowled down through the gate. Indeed. But in the end, he'll feel pretty satisfied with what he's done so far.
But you would understand why Palmer is trying to get as close as possible to off stump because of the movement that Lewis is creating. But he also has to be very, very wary of the ball that comes back in, especially with a man at almost a leg gully position, or a man behind square. Not really a gully because it's a little bit.
They're definitely hoping for Palmer to flick carelessly, and this time he's on the front foot. Gets the single. Good, sensible batting that. Outside off stump, and just push the ball into that gap between point and mid-off, taking the single. And Paul Palmer now going up to 38, or is that 39? And the total 97 for 4.
Lewis has looked a little bit more threatening to Thomas so far. Palmer has a very solid defense, especially when he comes onto the front foot. Really looks nice and solid in behind the deliveries. Full face of the bat presented all the time. Thomas looking a little bit more aggressive.
Good. So here is Lewis again, this time to Alain Thomas, and Thomas is stopping it in behind it. And he's been a picture of solidity for the most part, is Alain Thomas. And playing that one out into the offside. Nice and compact. End off Lewis is 13th over, 2 for 31 his figures. Shillingford, who no doubt will continue from the far end, 4 overs, none for 15. And Maxwell and Thomas, the other 2 bowlers used 1 wicket each for 29 and 11 respectively. And Shillingford will continue. It's going to be Palmer to take strike.
And I think that's the end of Lewis as well.
Yeah.
I think it's time for us to see probably a Hodge or Kieran Kotoy, who's a leg spinner in the team. Something different. I think the Scorpions are getting a little bit in control of Lewis now, understanding his length and line and plan. And you don't want that, especially with the team 97 for 4. Maybe going back to, well, Max Sweeney has bowled a long spell. Probably time to go to Kotoy now.
All right, so Paul Palmer Jr. Faces Shillingford, and that's the sweep, and that's 4. That is about the 4th time that Shillingford has strayed into the legs of Palmer, and that is about the 4th time that Palmer has made him pay. He's playing that sweep shot with really good effect. It brings up the Jamaica Scorpions 100, by the way, and Shillingford is being punished by Palmer, who is playing that sweep shot with really, really good efficiency.
And that shows authority. Once you're starting to sweep, or starts to sweep, it kind of throws off the bowler. And to sweep so well, he's always in control when he's sweeping. There's no top edges. He's always sweeping on the ground.
Here's Shillingford bowls. He's forward. That one was right up. An interesting field now, Jerome. There's a short fine leg. There's a man deep on the backward square fence. There's a mid-on, and there's a yawning chasm between mid-on and backward square. The entire mid-wicket region and the forward of square region open.
Indeed, but it's
as if they're saying to Palmer, play across the line, try to see if you could get that gap. But he's sweeping, but he's not driving across the line. Interestingly enough, there's a sweep shot again, and there it goes directly to the man that has been sent back at that backward square position. So they are saying to Palmer, we want you to drive through mid-wicket. Palmer is saying, no, I'm sweeping through through backward square. So the cat and mouse games continue.
And it shows the line of deliveries that he's sweeping as well, because the deliveries that he has swept so far, they have almost been outside leg stump. They are not threatening his pads or threatening the stumps. So even if he misses those deliveries, he cannot be dismissed leg before wicket or ball, because it's going behind the stumps.
Here's Alain Thomas now, who will face Shillingford Bolt. He's down the track. Nice, pleasant on drive. Always one of the more interesting things to watch when a batsman is prepared to leave his crease, get to the pitch and drive down the ground. Tells you that the batsman is gaining confidence. They are playing Shillingford pretty well. And the total now 102 for 4. Thomas goes up to 9, and Palmer, who is on strike, is eyeing his third consecutive score of 50 or more. He is playing forward this time, a little outside edge, running out square on the offside. Shillingford stands at the top of his mark and looking at Paul Palmer as if to say, I got you there, didn't I?
Indeed.
End of the over. And the Scorpions 102 for 4.
But he played that quite gently, soft hands. He didn't push at the ball. He waited on the delivery to come to him. But I think Shillingford is bowling a little bit too full. Needs to bowl a little bit shorter, getting the batsmen forward, not too short. You need to get them forward, but not at a length that you're going to cover drive you comfortably. Have to have them driving off a length, not too full. And at this point, he's a little bit too full, and there's a nice loop on his deliveries. Hence, Alain Thomas has time to get down the wicket and get to the pitch of the deliveries and stroke him into the deep. And he's growing in confidence as we speak, as we see a bowling change from this end, from our end, which is the Courtney Walsh end.
Ronaldo Brown will be taking over. Looking as if he's seen better days for Ronaldo Brown. Not looking those sprightly. He'll get sprightly once he gets on the microphone. He'll be your next commentator after I preside over this final, or my final over from looks to be a bowling change. When you did say, Jerome, that could have been the end of Lewis for the time being. And it looks to be Thomas it is. Will take over from this league. The Courtney Walsh had 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 18 his figures at the moment. He starts a new over from over the wicket and bowls, and Thomas is right back and pushing it to the cover. And this is what pushing it towards cover. This is one of the issues that I have, and I know I've spoken ad nauseum about batsman comfortably on the back. Pushes the ball directly to the man at that short cover. The ball goes back to his mark and the batsman feels, I did a great thing. I feel that you should always be trying to hit the ball, especially when you're on the back foot, when you have a little bit more control over where you hit it. But he hit it exactly to the cover field zone and doesn't score. Here is Thomas. And that's it on the pad, a half appeal. I think that was just jagging down the leg side. But the delivery, Thomas missing.
Yeah, that delivery sliding down the leg side. I actually agree with your point, but I just think in this situation, new bowler, first ball up, you don't want to be ultra aggressive. But generally speaking, I think that's the easiest option in scoring in cricket, because when you're on the back foot, that tells you have additional time to pick the length of the delivery, pick your space, and get runs. But the Scorpions batsmen generally, they just look to block or score, and that cannot be the option.
Right here, Thomas again to go to Thomas. So it's Thomas to Thomas. A little appeal as he was trying to work that through the onside. A little high, and again maybe a little leg side-ish as well.
Indeed.
That no run resulting.
I think.
4 remains 103 for 4.
And I think Coach Cody will be asking Thomas to play a little bit straighter between mid-on and mid-wicket rather than trying to score behind him, which is.
I think the movement is the reason why he attempted to play that a little bit square. Maybe initially was going towards mid-on, but the ball ducked back in. And just changed his shot at the last moment. But I agree with the sentiments. Here is this one down the leg side. He attempted that little swivel pull. Didn't get the touch through to the keeper.
Thomas has been a little bit wayward since coming back. Other than the first delivery, which was pushed to short cover, all other 3 deliveries have been down the leg side. 2 hitting the pad, and then that one way down the leg side. Thomas trying to capitalize on the bad delivery, but missed out. Palmer Jr. going down to him to tell him we have time to bat. No need to rush. 9 from 45. 103 for 4 is the bigger picture. And 387 is the first innings total.
Thomas runs in again. Oh, that's wide. That's too wide. Really very wide. Lucky not to have been called wide. And I think umpires should get stricter with the wides in 4-8 cricket. The rules say that a wide ball is a ball where the batsman in his natural position finds difficult to get a bat to. Now I submit to you that in his natural position, he would struggle to get the bat from that. So, it's going to be Thomas again. Josh to Alden, both being Thomases. And Alden works this one around, going back on the square. Once a single sent back by Palmer, who himself had made to explode into the steps. And it brings up Josh Thomas. Is over to an end after a few words from Jeremy Foster. My good friend, the legendary Renato Ram, will take you through for the next half.
Yeah, not the most threatening over from Thomas there. 4 of the 6 deliveries down the leg side, quite comfortable for Thomas, who has looked a little bit more comfortable in the second session here for the Scorpions, who are still struggling. 103 for 4. 284 runs behind the Scorpions, who are large and in charge here with Renardo Brown on commentary.
And not the legendary Renardo Brown, but just Renardo Brown. So Shane Shillingford will continue from that Michael holding end to bowl to Paul Palmer Jr., who is on the front foot, defends this one, drops it to the man at bat pad, and there is no run. There's a long off, there's a mid-on. And as Orville would have said before in commentary, there's 2 men behind square on the onside. That's a lovely on drive down towards the boundary. The man from long off comes across, doesn't cut it off, looks to be Kirk Edwards, not usually the best of fielders, and Paul Palmer Jr. adds 4 more to his score, the Jamaica Scorpions, and these 2 going along nicely now.
Indeed, and that's another easy stroke for Palmer. I told you earlier that he loves spin. He plays spin quite well, but he's been very, very comfortable against Shillingford because he has been too full to Palmer, who has scored a lot of his runs on the onside so far, and that was another exhibition of nice stroke play to the right of mid-on.
And that shot brought up the 50 partnership between these 2. Here Shillingford once again to Paul Palmer Jr., a similar shot, but this time they've taken mid-on out and they've put in long on, so it's straight to that man down on the boundary, and Palmer goes through to 1. He takes his score now up to 49. The Jamaica Scorpions 108 for the loss of 4. And we're in over number 37, this on day 2 of the second round match between the Jamaica Scorpions and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. The Volcanoes starting the day at 314 for 5, eventually got dismissed for 387. The Jamaica Scorpions, they were in problem, lost 3 early wickets, well 4 early wickets, but these 2 so far they're going quite well. A full delivery from Shane Shillingford to now the right-handed Aldane Thomas, who punches it to that short mid-on. That's Sunil Ambris, and is stopped. Not the usual field. There's a short mid-on and there's a long on in place as Shillingford comes over the wicket to the right-handed Thomas, who pushes it firmly to mid-off, goes off for the single. They come through. They're looking for a second as the ball missed everyone, and the man who was in the mid-wicket region had to come around maybe to a deep backward square position to retrieve the ball, and they get 2 in the end. So Aldane Thomas gets his runs now into double figures, moves to 11. It's now 110 for the loss of 4. Shillingford again to bowl to Aldane Thomas. There's a mid-off. He's come into the ring now, and Thomas advancing down the track, defends it into the cover region, and there is no run.
Nice confident stroke play here from Aldane Thomas. That's what confidence does, because earlier he was a little bit more stationary to the spinner, but since the boundaries of Palmer, he has grown in confidence. He has picked his deliveries quite well, picked his lines and lengths quite well, and now he's free flowing, getting to the pitch of the delivery, taking singles, rotating the strike, and Palmer at the other end, cautious as usual, and getting to 49 and almost getting to another 50, which will be his 4th in his last 4 innings. Well, 50 plus score in regional cricket, that is.
Yeah, you take into consideration what is century in the Super 50 tournament, would have scored a 50 in the first innings against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and then scored a century in that innings. 49 now. No, I haven't seen Jerome Foster smile all day until now, and it's simply because Kerry Scott is about to relieve him after a long session after tea. A big grin on his face. Thomas will continue this from the Courtney Walsh and a tall figure. A bright sunshine here under the shadow from the George Edley stand, offering any respite for these players. A short delivery. Palmer well and truly behind it. Defensive back to the bowler who does his own fielding. There's two slip, a gully backward point. There's a mid-on, mid-off. There's a man at mid-wicket as well. And there's a long leg in place. He's the only person approaching the boundary.
So is it fair to say that the pitch has been a lot flatter now? Or is just that the Scorpions haven't been good enough?
Proper batting, I would say. Not necessarily that the pitch has flattened out. Here's Thomas from around the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Paul Palmer Jr. Pushes it to the man at mid-on. They thought about the single. Maybe a single was there. In the end, they turned it down. It would have been close had they gone through. It was a decent delivery, almost Yorker-length delivery. When Kevin Hodge, during his interview yesterday, when I spoke with him, said that it was difficult to start your innings on the pitch. And even when you're in and when you feel as if you're in, there are just certain periods in the game that can go against you. Here's Thomas once again to bowl to Paul Palmer Jr. Short delivery, was looking to cut. We've seen at least 3 batsmen dismissed playing that shot on today alone, and lucky enough for Paul Palmer Jr. didn't get an edge as it went through to wicketkeeper Emmanuel Stewart.
And he rehearsed the proper stroke, which is a leave alone, because that was a little bit too wide. He would have been out of control for that shot. He didn't get close as he would have liked because he had to stretch to get to that shot. So Palmer Jr., who has been quite sedate so far, has been aggressive at times, especially to Shillingford, but normally very, very compact.
Here's Thomas again to bowl to Paul Palmer Jr. Delivery on the line of the off stump that he pushes into the onside, going across, trying to kill whatever movement there was. No, there's something I'm going to add, but not just yet. As Thomas walks back to the top of his mark, 2 slip, gully, backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, there's a short mid-wicket and a long leg in place as Thomas runs into bowl to Paul Palmer Jr. on the back foot, cuts this one where cover point would have been. It runs close to the boundary, goes through for 1, turns for the second. They're looking for 3. They turn for the third now as the throw comes in. It's a no ball as well. So 4 runs to the total of the Jamaica Scorpions, but 3 runs to Paul Palmer Jr., who brings up another half century and another important half century for the Jamaica Scorpions team.
Brilliant knock so far from Palmer. He has been in control from the onset, except for that over from Preston McSween. He has really, really looked the part. He has really affected the plans of the Volcanoes. The captain has had to rotate and move around his field, and he has really, really come along so far this season. 50 in the first innings in the first game, 116 in the second innings, not out at that, and now he's 52 and going strong and giving the Scorpions some hope.
Here is Thomas, the ball to Aldane Thomas, a delivery that dies in front of wicketkeeper Emmanuel Stewart. There is no run. So far, Paul Palmer Jr. has scored over 200 runs, and he has batted 3 times now for the Jamaica Scorpions team. In all of the 2018-19 season, Paul Palmer Jr. scored less than 350 runs.
Should I say there's no pressure now? For sure, I can say that.
There is probably no more pressure than ever, because you expect him now to get runs every time he walks to the crease. Here is Thomas ambling in to bowl to Aldane Thomas, a delivery back of a length outside the line of the off stump, allowed to go through to the wicket keeper, and he will get off. He will get attended to Paul Palmer Jr., asks for a towel to maybe wipe his brows. By the sweat of his brow he shall eat bread. And by the sweat of his brow he shall score half centuries, Paul Palmer Jr. And it's good to see. I remember the year he made his debut, first class debut. The rounds wasn't that Paul Palmer Jr. has finally been selected for the Jamaica senior team. It was always Paul Palmer Jr. never played first class cricket before, but is captain in the Jamaica Scorpions team. Good to see him now a couple seasons on. And
you can actually pay some tribute to the selectors who actually had the vision, or the coaching staff then who had the vision to say this man could go a long way for Jamaica's cricket. He did well at the youth level as a captain. He did well for the UA team in Senior Cup. He has played for the CCC, but he also needed some time to come to grips with first class cricket. His leadership qualities have always been good, and now his batting has really transformed, and it has really given some amount of security to the middle order of the Scorpions team, which has looked a little bit short up front despite the qualities that are there. But Palmer has been sensational so far to start the season, and you hope that he can get a big score here for himself and more so for the team to put them in a better position than they are at the moment.
Now Kevin Hodge will come in to bowl now. It's rather unusual. Usually you see left-handed, right-handed persons batting left-handed, but here's Kavim Hodge, he's left-handed batting right-handed. It's you don't usually see that. Here he is from over the wicket to bowl to Paul Palmer Jr. Short delivery onto the back foot, punches this one in front of point, goes through for the single. That is all they will get. And as I said, Jerome Foster, the first time I've seen him smile, it's turned into a full-fledged laugh now because Kerry Scott has joined us.
It's good to be back. Seems as though it's gone for ages, but nonetheless, with my going away, I think it has assisted the Scorpions because I witnessed all 4 wickets, and as soon as I left, absolutely no wickets have fallen since.
So while Jerome Foster is laughing, I can tell you what, no one from the Jamaica Scorpions is smiling now, having heard that, Kerry Scott. Kevin Hodge now will be coming around the wicket to the right-handed Aldane Thomas. There's a slip. There's also extra cover. There's deep cover, backward point as he's on the front foot, drives this firmly into the offside, but Hodge does his own fielding. There is long off in place, mid-on, a short, straight mid-wicket, and there's a deep backward square, almost in front of square. Thomas again onto the front foot, defends it back to Hodge. There is no run. Umpire signals that there are 2 deliveries left in this over from Kavim Hodge. His first. Taps at the crease. Aldane Thomas again on the front foot, pushes this wide of the man at cover or extra cover, and goes through for the single as Kirk Edwards, coming off the long off boundary, does the fielding.
The Volcanoes have done well to contain the scoring of the Scorpions. They've really not been able to let loose.
Hodge to bowl to Paul Palmer Jr. on the front foot, defenses into the onside, no run. Score remains at 116 for the loss of 4. Paul Palmer Jr. on 53, Aldane Thomas on 12. They're so far added 59 runs for the 5th wicket, 59 valuable runs, and for the sake of the Jamaica Scorpions team, they would want these 2 to at least bat until close and to come back tomorrow and build on this partnership.
Yeah, certainly. That must be the idea for the Scorpions at this point in time, and certainly they'd want to know that Paul Palmer Jr. is still there at the close of play. A lot will rest on his shoulders, and with him, Aldane Thomas, I'm sure he must be eager to get some runs under his belt. He's not really had a good time with the bat since starting his career at the first class level. He's a player who has a lot of talent, and one was hoping that he would have gone on.
Here's Thomas to bowl to Thomas. Down the leg side, goes through to the wicket keeper, no run. His glove work is just amazing. It's just fantastic. So as a wicket keeper batsman, as a wicket keeper is outstanding, but as a batsman he's yet to really blossom into what many persons thought would have been a blooming career.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, when you saw him at the under-19 level, he really and truly gave glimpses of a proper international potential. But again, you know, 1 or 2 other things would have happened to him, but nonetheless, I'm sure he wants to make a difference.
There's a delivery on the line of the middle stump. That's defended. Looks so elegant when he bats Aldane Thomas. Somehow you just don't know why he doesn't have more runs than that. Probably it's a case of concentration, because the way he gets out sometimes you wonder what's happening with Aldane Thomas. I remember last season he was in and out of the team. We had a number of wicket keepers. When I checked, it was probably about 5 or 6 wicket keepers that the Jamaica Scorpions used last season alone. As a delivery short and wide outside the off stump. It was probably wide enough for the umpire to call, but he didn't.
Yeah, as I saw the right hand started to come out, I thought it was to start the signal of wide, because that one looked extremely wide. It seemed as though it pitched outside the lines of the return crease, but the umpire decided that it was not wide enough for that wide to be called. Nonetheless, I think Thomas has bowled pretty well. He's now in his 9th over and has cost him just 22 runs.
Here is Thomas again. Full delivery on drive from Aldane Thomas, was straight to mid-on. So if my memory serves me right, over the past at least 3 seasons, and Kerry Scott, you can help me here, we would have had Aldane Thomas as a wicket keeper, Romaine Morris, we saw
Stephen Taylor
as a wicket keeper.
We saw
Orain Williams as a wicket keeper. Correct. Chadwick Walton would have kept wickets as well. We also saw Kennar Lewis as a wicket keeper. So that's at least 6 wicket keepers we've seen over the past few seasons, and maybe we're forgetting 1 or 2. But I think that's accurate. That's 6 wicket keepers in maybe the last 3 seasons of regional cricket.
Yeah, and it's never normally something that you want to see in the cricket team, chopping and changing so many wicket keepers within such a short period of time. Certainly you'd want to decide on, and also you've missed out one, Dennis Smith, who just joined the Scorpions this season. So the Scorpions, something that the Scorpions certainly would want to brush up on.
Here's a delivery again down the leg side. So if it is that you're going to analyze as the over comes to an end, 30, we're into the 40th over now, 116 for the loss of 4, maiden over there. If you could think of 2 areas where the Jamaica Scorpions have really struggled over the past few years, you can think about the wicket-keeping position and you can think about the opening spot, because they've also gone through some changes there. Remember last season again, just last season we would have had a ton load of opening batsmen. I think John Campbell opened the batting. Chadwick Walton would have opened the batting at some point. Alwyn Williams came in and opened the batting. Kennar Lewis opened the batting. Orain Williams would have opened the batting as well. So that's at least 6 persons who've opened the batting. And I think I'm trying to remember if Asad Fudadin would have opened the batting last season as well. So that's 7 opening batsmen. And that's just 1 season of cricket.
It seems as though the Scorpions are having a lot of difficulties in a lot more areas, because even with the fast bowling, the only fast bowler that has been consistent over the last 3 seasons is Derval Green.
And he's been playing for what now, maybe 4 or so seasons?
Correct.
It is his first class debut round about 2016 or thereabouts. Paul Palmer pushes this one down to long off. They go through for a single. The score now 117 for the loss of 4. Palmer goes up to 54. We've had a number of seam bowlers as well that we would have gone through last season or previous seasons as well. You made mention of Reynard Leverage earlier today, as this one beats Aldane Thomas outside the off stump, no run.
Gordon Bryan would have been one. You would have seen there's so many of them. You'd have seen I think Cottrell would have been the last about 3 years ago.
Oh, Aldane Thomas just drives this one straight back to Kavem Hodge. It was a full delivery. Was maybe looking to get that down to long on, and just managed to just push it gently back to the bowler. So the bowling change has worked. Kavim Hodge, in only his second over, breaks this partnership, and Aldane Thomas walks back for 12. We said it, Kerry Scott, that his glove work is good, but he gets out some ways that you're thinking, what is happening to Aldane Thomas?
And again, you know, it's just typically, that's just a typical way that he generally would get out. There was a ball that was flighted on the line of middle and off stump. There's absolutely nothing much behind it, and he just chipped the ball back to Hodge. A very innocuous stroke. There was absolutely nothing in it. You didn't see any intent. You didn't see him trying to punch it down to mid-off or mid-on, or long off or long on for a single. He just chipped it back to the bowler, and that is typically how Aldane Thomas generally gets out. So you can't really say that he's weak to the ball that goes away from him. He's weak to the ball that comes into him. He's weak to the leg spinner. He's weak to the left arm spinner, the off spinner. You really can't say that he's weak to any of them, because you really don't see any of them giving him any problems. He just gets himself out.
And Derval Green walks to the crease. And you hear Derval Green, you would think that you're now into the tail. Can bat Derval Green, but a lot of time doesn't try to bat long.
Derval Green is the type of player who likes to score. He likes to score quickly. He does have a lot of ability with the bat, but as I said before, he just likes to score, and sometimes he misreads the circumstances within the game, and he plays an injudicious shot that maybe, you know, had he thought a little bit harder about it, he may not have played it. Things of that nature. But certainly, Renardo, if you're going to be basing, or if you're going to be heavily dependent on Derval Green to win you a game with the bat, or to save you with the bat, that is telling the issues that you have with your own batting lineup.
Yeah, Kavim Hodge to bowl now to the new batsman Derval Green onto the back foot and defends this one, and drops it in front of the man at bat pad. The over comes to an end. A successful over for Hodge. And the score now 117 for the loss of 5. Now, international cricket, the follow-on score is 200? I think the first class level is about 150 runs, which means the Jamaica Scorpions, and they're well away from that. They're at least another 120 runs away from avoiding the follow-on. So we could see a case where the Jamaica Scorpions are asked to follow on in their first 2 games of the season.
It would be very interesting to see if the Jamaicans are bowled out this evening, or even, let's say, within the first session tomorrow, whether they will decide to actually enforce a follow-on, or maybe they go back and bat for another session and then see what happens after.
Yeah, the Volcanoes, I don't think at this stage, should the Jamaica Scorpions be bowled out today, I don't think that the Volcanoes would go into bat, simply because you're thinking about giving your bowlers another night to rest to come back tomorrow morning, as Thomas continues to bowl to Paul Palmer Jr. A delivery on the line of the middle stump, was trying to play that into the onside. Paul Palmer Jr. Just came off the outer portion of the bat, was trying to close the face of the bat, and it went down to the mid-off position. And there is no run. Score remains at 117 for the loss of 5. Paul Palmer Jr. there on 54 from 101 deliveries. Derval Green yet to get off the mark. He has only faced 1 delivery from Kavim Hodge. Last batsman to go was Aldane Thomas for 12. Here's Thomas coming in to bowl to Palmer. Delivery outside the line of the off stump allows it to go through to the wicket keeper. There is no run. 2 slip gully. There's a deep backward point. There's a man at extra cover. There's also a mid-off, mid-on. There's a long leg in place. And Sonny Lambris, the captain in that mid-wicket region. Here's Thomas again, top of his mark. Slowly comes in. Very tall. That is very close. Hit on the pad is given. So Paul Palmer Jr. goes for 54, and back-to-back wickets for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And the Jamaica Scorpions now, after a steady rebuild from Paul Palmer Jr. and Aldane Thomas, they've lost both with a score 118 now for 6. Played around it, Paul Palmer Jr. It was a delivery that almost, you could see the setup, because the previous delivery was outside the off stump and moved away from the left-hander. This one came on with the angle from Josh Thomas. It was a really good delivery, and Paul Palmer Jr. just played around it. The 6th wicket goal for the Jamaica Scorpions team. And Kerry Scott did say that should the Jamaica Scorpions get bowled out this evening, it's looking as if they will be bowled out this evening. And it looks as if Kerry Scott will have, well, at least one of the days of the weekend off.
So more problems here for the Scorpions. Again, as I was saying, Palmer, he was largely the person who was between the Volcanoes and the Scorpions. He now has been dislodged, and we're seeing Jimmy Merchant coming to the crease. Jimmy Merchant, he's no mug with the bat. He can bat, so too Derval Green, but one wonders if they will be able to survive this kind of bowling that we're seeing from the Volcanoes. I believe that bowling has been very disciplined. They've not allowed the Scorpions to get away by any stretch of the imagination. Their lines have been good, and they've really asked a lot of questions. They've asked the Scorpions to play more often than the Scorpions would have asked them to play. And their opening bowlers, they utilize the new ball very well. They prize the 3 wickets, and thereafter Thomas has now been introduced into the attack. He's just picked up his 2nd wicket, and he's looking to grow from strength to strength.
Josh Thomas now in again, passes the umpire to bowl to the new batsman. This one down the leg side, was searching for that Yorker delivery. Was trying to get the ball to maybe pitch and swing in to the right-handed Jamie Merchant. But you wonder how much the performance with the ball might affect Jamie Merchant here, because he didn't have the best of times with the ball, and he wasn't given the ball a lot either. And maybe when you're an all-rounder, you're a bowler that bats or a batsman that bowls, one can affect the other. Here is Thomas. Merchant well behind this one and defends it into the onside. Back of the length delivery. There is no run. Score remained 118 for the loss of 6.
So I don't believe that him not getting any wickets with the ball would have affected him that much. I know the type of player he is. If he doesn't get any wickets, he's always he wants to impress with the bat. So he would see this as an opportunity for him to impress with the bat, to give the selectors something to think about.
And Thomas again comes in to bowl to Jamie Merchant, the right-hander. Thomas from over the wicket, and again back of a length, and Merchant behind it, squeezes it into the offside. Again, no run. Now the Windward squeezing the Jamaica Scorpions here.
Again, as I spoke about the discipline of the Volcanoes bowling, I believe also that the captain has done extremely well. You can see clearly what his plans are. He has stuck with 3 slips and a gully right through, and his bowlers have really and truly been very disciplined with that off stump line. They've really asked a lot of questions, and we see the end of another over from Thomas. That was his 10th over, and I believe he bowled his 10 on the trot. So did McSwain. So the Volcano, the fast bowlers for the Volcanoes, they seem to be accustomed to bowling these long spells, and they've done extremely well. It's drinks here, the final drinks break for the day. This on day 2. The Scorpions, they are 118 for the loss of 6 wickets. This is on the back of a top score of 54 from Paul Palmer Jr. He was the last man out. LBW to Thomas. Devil Green is there. He's yet to get off the mark. So too Jamie Merchant. Green has faced only one delivery and Merchant has faced 4. They're still some ways behind. Remember that the Volcanoes, their first inning score was 387, and we're just some 42 overs into this innings. So the Volcanoes, they are large and in charge. They have won another session here. We'll break for about 5 minutes or so.
All right, so play about to resume with Hodge with the ball in hand to both. It's the 43rd over. We'll be bowling to Derval Green, who has faced only one delivery so far. And this must annoy the umpires. You just had the water break, and then immediately following, before a ball is bowled, someone is on the park and carrying a helmet to one of the players.
Yeah, it's really annoying for the umpires when things like this happen. But nonetheless, they have managed the game very well, and they're on time.
So here's Hodge to bowl to Derval Green on the front foot and defense. There's long on and long off in place, even though these are two new batsmen. Derval Green can hit a long ball, so too Jamie Merchant, and they're aware of that. Here's Hodge again from around the wicket. On the back foot, Derval Green punches it down to long off, and that goes through for the single. He gets off the mark. The score now 119 for 6.
And there you go again. That ball that is pitched back of a length. It's always very easy for the batsmen to play them. It's really and truly. I haven't seen much bite and turn in this pitch. We saw some on the first day early, but since then nothing much.
Here's a flighted delivery. Merchant was looking to hit that maybe through the covers down to long off. Instead, it came off the inner portion of the bat and goes down to long on, goes through for the single. So he too gets off the mark. 120 now for 6 for the Jamaica Scorpions here. Another maybe 117 runs away from avoiding the follow on.
That 117 runs seems very, 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 very far away. But I'm sure that's not the first objective on the minds of the Jamaicans.
That's Derval Green on the front foot once again.
You have to take it in stages. The next stage is to ensure that they close the day without losing another wicket.
It's going to be tough for them. It's a flighted delivery. It's very straight. We'll get close to the boundary. And the man coming around from long on looks to be Shane Shillingford. A poor effort there as the ball races into the ropes of 4, trying to use his boot there to stop it.
Yeah, very ordinary effort there from Shane Shillingford, and it's something that the captain would not have wanted to have seen immediately after the drinks break. Some pressure being released from the Jamaican batsmen. Derval Green is not the type of player you want to start scoring boundaries. He draws his confidence from that once he's scoring, and he can hurt you. So too can Jamie Merchant. They're the type of players that you want to keep them quiet, relatively quiet, have them pinch singles, and you want them not to be able to score for long periods, and thereby maybe drawing some kind of injudicious shot from them. But nonetheless, Thomas is back. He's really and truly in a Herculean spell here.
Thomas operate over the wicket to Merchant. Again, a delivery back of a length. Jumped there before playing the ball, Jamie Merchant, but defends it well. I remember in the local 50 over Elite League, Jamie Merchant actually scored 4 consecutive half centuries in the 50 over version, so it shows that he can bat.
He does have, as I said earlier, he does have the ability to bat, and he scores very quickly whenever he gets going. And as I said, he didn't do too well with the ball, but I'm sure he'd want to contribute to the bat.
Thomas the ball to Merchant. And this one, on the line of the middle stump, it's clipped down to fine leg, gets to the boundary for 4. So both these batsmen, they've took a single to get off the mark, and they've added 4 runs to their total, so they're both on 5 now.
Jamie Merchant again playing that ball off his pads. That ball came perilously close to the pads. It's a very dangerous stroke to play. If you miss that, then more than likely, I can tell you, you can pack your bags and go.
Here is Thomas once again being clipped for a boundary. The previous delivery, a ball to Merchant. This time it's outside the off stump. He's onto the back foot, punching it. Oh, it's stopped there by Katoy at backward point.
This Volcano outfit, if you follow their progress over the last maybe 3 or 4 seasons, you'd realize that they're in a similar position as the Scorpions in terms of their performances. And Andre Coley was able to inch them closer and closer to becoming a very competitive unit, and that they have become.
Here's Thomas. Oh, a beautiful ball, beating all ends up there, Jamie Merchant. Ball seamed, swung. Merchant probably beaten for a little bit of pace there as well.
Very good delivery. That ball was pitched where you'd call that 4th stump line, and it had a little outswing on it, and that took it past the outside edge of Jamie Merchant's bat. Jamie Merchant has to know that things like that will happen, and the moment that ball passes you throw it out of your mind and think about the next one.
Here's Thomas again to bowl to Merchant, who gets behind it this time and defends it back to the bowler. There is no run.
Again, Thomas, I don't believe we'll be seeing much more of him. Not more than maybe another over or 2 from him. He has bowled unchanged for all 11 overs, and I'm sure Shillingford would want to bowl here. And these guys did get a couple drives from Paul Palmer Jr. Paul Palmer Jr. is no longer there.
Now, Thomas now. That was a lovely shot from Jamie Merchant. Just stood tall and hit the ball through cover point. It's quite powerful, and it raced to the boundary for 4.
Exquisite shot there by Jamie Merchant. He didn't move much. He just stood on top of his crease, got on top of the bounce, and powered it through the covers of 4. And that's the type of shot that the average man can't play. And that just could show the kind of quality or the type of potential that Jamie Merchant has with the bat.
Yeah, it was well played, really well played from Jamie Merchant. And that delivery is just at a length where if you don't get on top of the bones, it can be very tricky, but he's already a tall fellow, and that made it a little bit easier. Here's Hodge now, the ball from the Michael holding end to Derval Green, who pushes this into the cover region. They go through for 1. And field on the cover boundary comes around, picks up the ball, tosses it in.
Again, the captain is showing just how much on top of the game he is. His field placement has been spot on so far.
Here is again this one driven firmly down to long off. It's a Merchant now starting to not only find the boundary, but he's picking up singles as well. And he looks as if he is growing in confidence. Derval Green, a boundary, 2 singles. And this one is onto the back foot, plays it into the mid-wicket region. And there is no run. Score remains at 134 for the loss of 6.
Hodge seems to be the type of bowler who just pretty much tries to get dot balls in. He doesn't look to do much with the ball.
Another delivery back of a length, and Derval Green behind it. And events it into the onside, and no run.
The Scorpion batsmen, I don't think they've been good enough to pick up singles or enough singles. They've largely tried to play the ball through the V, as you'd call it.
And Derval Green again tapping away at the crease. Kevin Hodge from around the wicket. Green forward, defends it, and there is no run. So 2 runs coming off that Kevin Hodge over. Has so far bowled 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 11. And Josh Thomas, 11 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 31.
And one believes that Thomas will be given a rest very soon. He's bowled very long. But here he is again, coming to start his 12th over. And as I said earlier, it can't be too long before the Volcanoes are asked to try someone else at the Courtney Walsh end.
Yeah, these seam bowlers, they tend to bowl long spells. Maxwell bowled 11 overs on the trot. Sherman Lewis did bowl quite a few as well. And even when he was taken off only for 5 overs and then brought back from the opposite end. So it's the spinners who are being used, or should I say Shane Shillingford was being used in short bursts.
I think that's a very good tactic. What that means is that at any time that the captain decides to give Thomas a rest, Lewis would have had sufficient rest. You can bring him back from this end, while Hodge and maybe Shillingford continue from the other end.
Here is another full delivery that was driven firmly, but the outstretched hands of Thomas took the pace off of it, has batted it down into the offside, and there is no run. And again, I did say Jamie Merchant is starting to get a little bit more confident, starting to see the ball better, and he's really middling the ball.
I believe the tactics of the Volcanoes have been spot on since the start of this innings.
Here's Thomas again to bowl to Merchant, and this one back of a length was looking to punch the ball off the back foot again, Jamie Merchant, but this time beaten outside the off stump. 134 for the loss of 6. Jamie Merchant on 10, Derval Green on 6. A partnership worth 16 now. And the Jamaica Scorpions are really going not at snail's pace, at 2.99 runs per over, so really 3 runs and over. It's the wickets that they've lost and have been the problem for them today. I give credit to the Windward Islands Volcanoes team. They've really bowled well. They've been backed up in the field. Here's Thomas again. A short delivery. Wide outside the off stump, and Merchant cuts this one in front of point. Can only get a single though. 137 for 6.
The captain has been very proactive. He has not waited to see how things are going to go. That shot that Merchant played in the over before of Thomas, that back punch, immediately the captain decided that, okay, fine. It seems as though he's a very strong player of the back foot or through the covers. So immediately at the start of this over, he has had a man on a deep point boundary just to stop that particular shot from going for 4.
Here's Thomas again, this time to bowl to Derval Green, who is hit in front. It could be very close. The umpire says not out. The umpire up here, Kerry Scott, said outside the line of the off stump.
It seems as though he may have gotten some bat as well, a little bit of bat on it as well. I saw a little signal from the umpire at square leg to the umpire at the non-striker's end, a signal as if to suggest that that ball may have gotten some bat on it or so, or maybe he heard a sound.
This is Kerry Scott trying to show me the signal that they use to say that there was some bat involved. Here's Thomas now to bowl to Derval Green again, this time down the leg side, and Derval Green really went at that. Had he made connection with that, Kerry Scott, it probably fell and would have fallen on North Street somewhere.
Certainly. I'm sure that the kids over by St. George's College would be in trouble. He really went hard at that flick out of his pad, and luckily for Thomas, he didn't make contact. But again, Thomas seems to be tiring a bit. His action is not as upright as it was 3 overs ago.
And here he is again. Another delivery on the line of the Midland leg stump. That's defended by Derval Green into the onside. There is no run. Score remains 136 for the loss of 6. We're now into over number 46.
What has been good for me for the Volcanoes is that they've been able to contain the Jamaican batsmen or restrict the scoring to under 3 runs and over since the start. So even in an over where the Jamaicans may have Scorpions may get 8-9 runs, they've still been able to bring it down to under 3.
Here's a ball that's really a volley outside the line of the off-stump that's struck firmly, but a good piece of fielding, half stopped by Shane Shillingford. Couldn't prevent the single, but that was hit hard.
Unfortunately, I can't agree with you. It's a good bit of feeling. You expect to stop that ball. I think he actually gave away a run there. But yes, the ball was driven firmly to him, but you expect to make that stop at this level. I'm sure even Orville Liggins could have stopped that one.
I don't forget, Orville Liggins at this point is missing something. And he said that even though he's missing something, he wouldn't have missed that ball. You'll hear from Orville Liggins, by the way, in another maybe 6 deliveries. The great Orville Liggins is always trying to pass on some form of responsibility on some youngster.
And he calls it succession planning.
He's always passing on some responsibilities. I had the pleasure of working alongside Orville Higgins at one of the radio stations here in Jamaica. And when I just came in, Orville Higgins used to just offer us maybe $500 Jamaican to take his place to read the sportscast. And at that time, being a youngster, I would have done it for free, but you can't pass up $500. Needless to say, Orville Higgins will tell you that where I am now, he would have had a hand in it. Here's Derval Green, drives this one into the cover region. They go through for 1. They should get 2 here. Jamie Merchant was slow turning for the second, but gets through comfortable.
This partnership is progressing pretty nicely. It has now blossomed to 21. Merchant, he's on 11. Green is on 9. And they've not looked bothered at all. Here's Green turning this one into the onside. Yeah. They go for 1. I'm sure they're going to come back for the
2.
second.
Jamie Merchant, slow in turning. And still another comfortable 2 there.
That ball, though, Renato, it seemed as though it came back with the arm because Derval Green came down on it very quickly. And it seemed as though it hit the inner part of the bat and scooted into the onside. There was some amount of pace behind it because it ran very quickly to the vacant square leg region. The man who was on the deep mid-wicket boundary could not prevent him from coming back for the second.
So here's Hodge from around the wicket to bowl to Derval Green, who whips this off his thigh, and it will run close to the boundary. It should run into the ropes now, down to the fine leg region for 4. 4 runs signaled by the umpire. And these two, if these two grow confident, they can add some runs, and they will add them quickly. So far, they've added 27 runs in the last 27 minutes.
Yeah, certainly. And they have not looked bothered at all in scoring those 27-run partnership. And again, I must say, I mean, we're here talking about the players. We've talking about the players all day. I must say, commendations to both umpires so far because they've done a very good job. They've done very well in managing the game.
And I reckon now that someone is going to edge the ball and the catch taken, and the umpire says not out, simply because Kerry Scott said that. This one is punched down to long off. They go through for the single, and that ends the over. That ends over number 47, and the Jamaica Scorpions 146 for the loss of 6. We'll hear from Kerry Scott, and then after him, the great Orville Higgins.
So Derval Green, he has now advanced his cause. He's on 16, and his 16 is from 21 deliveries. Jamie Merchant is on 11. He's faced some 15 deliveries. And remember, the Scorpions, they're in chase of 387 made by the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and they also need another. They also need 200. They need to get to 230, 257, 37, 237, 238 to avoid that follow-on, and it's going to be very, very. It's going to be a very, very long and hard road for them.
All right, so we're about to see a bowling change from this to Courtney Walsh end. And these two, Derville Green and Jamie Merchant, have added 28 in steady fashion. And more of the same needed from a Jamaican Scorpion perspective. So we're going to see Kotoy for the first time in this innings. And he'll be bowling to Derville Green with a slip and a silly mid-off as the two attacking fieldsmen. Bowling leg spinners, and that's driven out towards long off by Green, easy as you like. And gets an easy single.
So I'm going to be very interested to see Kotoy, because he's one who likes to flight that ball. So there are one or two things can happen here, Orville. Either the Scorpions are going to score very quickly, or Kotoy may end up getting a few wickets. But you won't see anything similar to what happened with the fast bowlers, where it was slow going.
Yeah, here's he again from over the wicket and bowls to Merchant. Merchant is forward, fully forward to the leg spinner, and playing it out into the offside. I'm impressed with the way that these two have gone about it. These two are known to be ultra attacking. They have tempered their natural aggression. They have not been poking and prodding by any means, mind you, but they've played sensibly. That one, Merchant playing around his front pad. And there was a little excitement for a while as he played out towards straight mid-wicket.
Has to be very careful, Merchant, because he led with his front pad a while ago, and he went too much across the off stump with it.
Here is Kotoy, Merchant off the back foot, punches to the man at cover. Looks that one may have just gone on. Wasn't the leg spinner that, certainly not the turning leg spinner, the big turning leg spinner that Merchant would have envisaged. Ball, if not coming back, just held its line, but he punched it nicely out into the offside. Here is Kotoy, and he's forward. Adjust nicely as the ball was spinning slightly, and he adjusted well, pushed it out into the offside, didn't get a run.
Kotoy has started well so far. He's been pitching just on line of that off stump, exactly where he needs to be as a leg spinner.
That's an attempted sweep, missed, well taken by Stewart down the leg side, and a maiden over to start.
No, not a maiden.
Derville Green did get one through the offside. So Kotoy's first over has cost him a single, and the Scorpions at the moment would wish that these two would go up at least until the close of play. They are meeting in the middle at the moment, but they've looked fairly comfortable, Kerry Scott.
Certainly, just another half hour to go before, or just a little bit over half an hour to go before a close of play here at Sabina Park on day 2. Another day that one can say was largely controlled by the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and it's 6 wickets down here for the Scorpions, but they are fighting back. Derville Green, he did well in the first game as well. Batted for some time, made a half century.
Here is Green driving out towards extra cover. He's certainly looking a lot more patient. A lot of us have been on his back about his willingness to or about his unwillingness to fight. Here is Hodge, and he's comfortable in behind it, playing it back to the bowler. He's a fairly decent batsman in club cricket. Started his cricketing career as a batsman who bowled. And I feel that if he takes his batting seriously enough, he could be a genuine number 6 in this batting lineup. He's that talented with the bat, and he's playing forward again up towards cover. No run.
Yeah, certainly. One of the things that he has to do, Orville, is really and truly just think about the situation of the game to ensure that he does not play the type of shots that he plays. He generally just plays a here shot at a ball.
He's forward, and if there's one project that the new coach will have to work on is to get Derval Green to bat as responsible as he is now. And sometimes coaches identify projects when they take over a team. Certainly this is one of the more glaring ones. Green is off the back foot. Ball kept a little bit low back to the bowler. He is too good a batsman not to have been doing better as a batsman in first-class cricket.
Yeah, certainly. And we've seen batsmen with far less ability than Derval Green able to average 30 at first-class level.
He's 17 from 27. Hodge bowls a quicker one. He's right in behind it. It brings us to the end of that over. Green 17, Merchant 11. They've added some 29 runs. It's 147 for 6, the total at the moment. And of course, all of this in reply to the 387 made by the Volcanoes, who are still in charge. But this little partnership is offering some small hope that the Scorpions could well go to the close of play without losing any other wicket, and therefore with a better chance of saving the game.
Certainly. One would believe that they would have lost enough wickets. I'm sure the Scorpions would have thought that they would have lost enough wicket for the day so far. They've not been as successful as their counterparts so far at getting wickets. So one of the things that they need to do is just need to ensure that they bat as long as possible.
Kotoy, the leg spinner, is hit over the top. Oh, at some point that would have happened. Jamie Merchant coming down and just swatting it over long on for 6. And it takes the total now to 153 for 6.
And as I said before, with Jamie Merchant and Kotoy, it's either going to be runs, Merchant getting out, but certainly what it will not be, it won't be testing stuff where a batsman is kept quiet and he's having to talk here and push there. With Kotoy, because of the way he bowls, he tries to flight that ball, he tries to get that ball as close to the batsman as possible. That's the type of thing that Jamie Merchant likes, because he likes hitting over the top. He likes to play shots, and once he sees the ball in the air, he's going to play shots. It is whether or not he'll be able to control or to temper himself and choose the correct ball.
All right, so let's see how Kotoy will respond. Let's see how Merchant will respond after this. This one is flighted and he's driving a full toss back to the bowler. He may feel a little aggrieved with that. He's probably saying premeditated that he's not going to go over the top again. A little too careful, but then the next ball was a rank full toss that he hit back to the bowler.
Certainly, you got it right there, Ovil.
Here is Kotoy now, and he's driving through the offside. That could be 4 more. It is. And that Merchant doing well here. That was a lovely shot through the offside, 4 runs.
Yes, and again, as I said before, Merchant is the type of player, he likes to play shots, and Kotoy is serving up exactly what he wants to see. Some nice looping leg spinners. That too was a full toss, so that's 2 full toss back to back, along with a looping half volley that he hit for 6.
So 21 to Jamie Merchant now, and Kotoy bowls. He's leaving the ball just spinning across him. That one was better pitched. 157 for 6, by the way, and these two have now added 39 quite valuable runs that may well prove to be match saving in its effort. Here is Kotoy from over the wicket, and he's off the back foot. Wanted to punch square into the offside, but the ball didn't spin away from him, came on straight, and in the end managed to get batting it and back to the bowler.
Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed in Kotoy. I thought that he'd still be trying to flight that ball and have Jamie Merchant play some shots. 387 is what I made.
All right, Merchant coming forward, seeing the ball wide off the off stump, showing the discipline to shoulder arms and allowing it to go through to the wicket keeper. Progressive over that though. And Kotoy now has gone for some 11 runs in his 2 overs and may very well be an experiment that the skipper feels he may not have to use again. Let's see.
Well, I mean, as I said before, it's the Volcanoes, they've made 387 runs. The Scorpions are tattering at 157 for 6 wickets. I mean, 2 shots don't make a summer for me.
That's still 230 behind.
Correct. If I were the bowler there, I'd be looking to toss it up some more and ask him to play some more shots. I want him to feel free. I want the batsmen to feel as though they can attack me, because that is when I may be able to induce an error on their part. I would not be encouraging Katoy to pull back the length, bowl quicker, drop the arm from going up top, just to try and save runs.
Hodge bowls to Green, and it's a nice little battle as Green punches up to mid-on, doesn't score. As much as Green is being practical and sensible and going about it in a very sensible way, he really does like to score, and Hodge has kept him quiet now for a little while. Not with that delivery though, as he works it out towards mid-wicket.
I like this battle. I like the battle between Green and Katoy and Hodge, primarily because you can see Hodge is trying to zero in on his pads to try and get him out LBW, and you can see Green is really and truly concentrating, trying to keep the bat in front of his pad. He's trying to use the bat and play all the time. Now we're seeing Jamie Merchant on strike to Hodge. I'd love to see Hodge trying to flight that ball. He has long off and long on. He also has a man on the cover boundary.
Here is wide down the leg side, a quicker delivery. Good wicket keeping that by Stewart, skipping to his left. Merchant didn't play, realizing that was down the leg side. Allowed it to just skittle by his left pad. So he's on 21 at the moment, is Merchant, as he faces Hodge now. And he's playing forward. There was a little appeal, maybe a little bat and a little pad maybe, as it just rolls out into the offside.
Hodge is bowling with a little bit more pace to Merchant.
Here's Merchant now as Hodge bowls, and he's forward again. I like the fact that Merchant, whenever the ball is pitched up or too short, he's prepared to play shots. But in between those, he has demonstrated quite a resolute defense as well. He walks away just to get his concentration going. Now he's back, tapping away. And this time he's forward. He was beaten a little bit by that. Was a quicker delivery. Wanted to maybe just glance it around. But in the end, the ball maybe turning a little bit onto the bat, back up to the bowler. End of another over from Hodge. Now 9 overs, 1 for 21, and Derval Green will take strike as Katoy will continue. Green is on 18 from 30. Merchant, the non-striker, 21 from 29, and the Scorpions are 158 for 6 in reply to the Volcanoes 387.
This is really good going from the Scorpions. With the last hour or so, just under an hour, they've been able to keep the Volcanoes wicketless, and they'd want to continue on this same vein all the way until close of play.
Katoy bowls, and off the back foot comes Green. Wanted to punch square, but again the ball didn't spin away from him. And Katoy demonstrating that he can get the ball going on with the arm. Or was that a Google coming back?
That ball just didn't turn. As with the others, I think the batsmen have to be careful.
Katoy bowls, and Green off the back foot. This time he didn't open up for that cut shot.
So the batsmen have to be very careful, because they're opening up to cut this ball into the offside. They're trying to go square into the offside, when all they need to do is come behind the ball and push it straight past the man at cover for a single to long off.
Here is Katoy. Green is driving out towards mid-off, and he gets an easy single, a full toss. So every now and again Katoy does serve up a full toss or does drag one down. And let's see, as Green goes to 19, Merchant, is he going to be treating Katoy the same way he did in the previous over when he thunked him for a 6 into the north stand and then punched him down the ground for 4? They're bringing up mid-off. They're bringing up long off to mid-off, as if to say, well, are you brave enough to go over the top? It's an interesting tactic. Let's see. As Katoy bowls, and he's hit. They're appealing. He's giving him out. Looks to be fairly straight, and I think he was playing again for turn. Again, the ball didn't turn. I think that may just be a little Google there, Kerry Scott.
Well, I didn't see it coming back any at all. Again, some of these deliveries, they continue to play Katoy for spin, but I've not seen Katoy really rip that ball for me to play him for any kind of prodigious turn. He has been largely bowling these deliveries on or just outside the line of the off stump, and the batsmen are trying to force him.
The question is, Kerry Scott, Jamie Merchant is a very, very tall man. It appears to me that he didn't put that front foot just down the ground. It went across a little bit as well. It would be interesting if we had tramp lines to tell if he got it maybe just outside.
I'm not convinced that he got it across the line. What I'm convinced about is that ball didn't turn much, if any at all.
No, I don't think it certainly didn't spin away.
Right, and I believe that is one of the reasons. We see Shane Shillingford having a quiet word with umpire Christopher Wright, as if to say that if he got hit outside on the off stump, or how far was he. We saw him remonstrating that for defensive type shot.
I think he felt he was outside off when he got hit, but like I tell you, the umpires to my mind have been doing a very good game. I'm the last or second guess an umpire, and sometimes what your initial reactions are when you see it on a replay, it's totally different. Yeah. But certainly Jamie Merchant was disappointed. Let's put it
certainly
that way. The new batsman, by the way, is Marquino Minley. 159 for 7 the total. Here's Katoy, and Minley is driving back to the bowler. I remember a game last year when Minley won it for, was it last year? When he hit a 6? It would have been last year. Mm-hmm. And won the game for the Barbados franchise. Here is Katoy, and Minley is trying to punch off the back for trying to slap it past point. Doesn't get any touch, and through to the keeper.
So again, that delivery was short and just outside land of the off stump, but again, that ball didn't spin at all. It ran through with the arm, and that is primarily what we've seen from Katoy so far. Nonetheless, Scorpions, they are still fighting along. Derval Green is still there. He's on 19 from 33 deliveries, and with him is Marquino Minley. And Scorpions, their battle continues here.
Seems to be some delay here with the field placement. Green was having some troubles with his gloves, but Kavim Hodge to continue from the Michael Holding end. Figures: 7 overs, 1 for 21, a maiden. Have you been impressed by Hodge's display so far, or you think he's bowled too quickly?
He's been pretty good. He seems to me as though he's what you call a stock bowler. Yeah.
Around the wicket to bowl to Derval Green, who is on 19 and his back beaten outside the off stump. Collected by Manuel Stewart, who had a mini appeal, almost as if there was an edge, but to no avail.
It's more an afterthought, I thought, from the wicketkeeper.
As Hodge around the wicket bowls to Green, who is forward, fully forward, unlike Merchant. Plays it back along the pitch to the bowler. Initially, I thought Merchant was all the way forward, but in retrospect, no. Short ball from Hodge, played back along the pitch. And that, for me, helped with the umpire's decision, because the ball didn't turn. It was almost like a slider. Yeah. And it was halfway out on the crease. Hodge, around the wicket, bowls to Green, who is back. Plays straight back to the bowler, almost similar to the first 3 balls of the over.
Again, as I said, Hodge is the type of bowler, he's really and truly not trying to give much away. Exactly. He's trying to keep it very tight.
Very tight. Keep some pressure on. Green comfortable in defense, on the back foot, and there is no run.
He's really getting through his overs very quickly, and what that is doing is really hurrying the game along.
Exactly, and putting more pressure on the Scorpions as the day goes by. Around the wicket again, to Green, who turns it into the onside, through forward square. Man from the boundary races in, but the man from short fine leg picks it up, and there's 1 run to the Scorpions, and they move to 160 for 7 after 53 overs. Derval Green 20, Marquino Minley yet to score. So remember, the Volcanoes, they were dismissed for 387 just before lunch this morning, after resuming on 314 for 5. And the Scorpions, in reply, 160 for 7. So, it's poor batting, in all honesty. Poor shot selections from the top order, then a couple of good deliveries in the middle, and then lower order having to hold on. A nice recovery partnership from Green and Merchant, but no, Merchant departed 2 overs ago, and now the Scorpions have slumped to 160 for 7. Still 227 runs behind the Volcanoes, who are large and in charge here.
And Derval Green, you'll have the bulk of the job to do here, bulk of the scoring to do, to try and get the Scorpions firstly past that follow-on total.
Indeed, as Kotoy bowls to Green, who hikes at this one over long on, misses. Hands on head from Kotoy. A very, very reckless shot from Green, who has looked the part so far. Heard Orville Higgins and Kerry Scott describing him as a better batsman than what he has showed so far in regional cricket. That shot doesn't supply, or it doesn't confirm what both have said so far. As Kotoy over the wicket bowls to Green, who has left that one alone outside the off stump.
Again, Kotoy, he has done a good job for his team here. He's come in and he has picked up the wicket of Jamie Merchant. All the bowlers so far have gotten their names on the wicket list.
Kotoy into his 4th over, bowls to Green, who drives nicely out to extra cover, who is on the boundary. And that's 1 run added to the total as the Volcanoes try to strangle the Scorpions, who yet again find themselves on another day too, almost out of the contest.
Certainly, and one believes that it'll take almost a miracle for the Scorpions to save this follow-on. However, even if they do, I still don't believe that they'll be out of the woods.
Quite surprisingly, as Kotoy bowls to Minley, who is halfway forward, squirts that ball out to backward of point, and there's no run.
Better field placement here from the Volcanoes. A more attacking field to Marquino Minley. They have men catching
in front of him as Kotoy bowls flat to Minley, who is forward, and pushes it straight to the man at forward silly point.
They have a man at that cover region. That's generally the place that when people try to drive at the leg spinners, they generally go.
Indeed. As Kotoy flies this one to Minley, just drives this one straight to the man that Kerry Scott mentioned, who is Sunil Ambris, and he feels comfortably with the boot to boot. And the Scorpions remain at 168 for 7. And Kerry, you're saying that even if they do enforce, if they get above the follow-on target, they will be on the back foot. And to be quite honest, I don't see them getting close to the follow-on target.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, certainly. I mean, it's gonna be very difficult for them. They still need about 70 odd runs to save the follow-on, which I believe they could get. I mean, generally, if Derval Green is still there, or if they're able to bat deep into the first session tomorrow, one believes that they may end up getting to that follow-on total. However, with 150 lead, 140 odd lead, I'm sure the Volcanoes would want to force a victory by trying to come out and attack the bowling, maybe giving themselves maybe 260, 270 runs for the Scorpions to try and get.
As Hodge bowls to Green, and he drives that one easily up to long off for a comfortable single at 162 for 7. Last night, Kavim Hodge mentioned, who has top scored for the Volcanoes with 88, mentioned that they only wanted to bat once in this game and to put some pressure on the Scorpions. That plan is going to perfectly at the moment.
I'm not sure if I were Hodge, if I'd want to maybe enforce a follow-on, and maybe if Jamaica come out and score some quick runs, they could be looking to save a game. Oh, that delivery.
Some mix-up there in the middle as Minley turned that one short out to the right of short leg. Screams of catch him. Wasn't close enough to the man at short leg. Then there was a mix-up between Minley and Green. Eventually, the best friends got through for a comfortable single in the end.
Yeah, that was very close there to the man on the bat. He didn't react at all to that one. It seemed as though it was a little bit away from him, but he didn't attempt.
As Hodge continues to Green, who is back. Not the best of shots to a full delivery. Played back along the pitch. It's almost as if the man at Maloney, who is under the lid, reacted in slow motion because the ball went a couple of meters to his right. As Hodge bowls, and Green steps away. Dead ball signaled by the umpire there. Wasn't ready. 163 for 7, the Scorpions, who have batted only a session, almost 2 sessions, struggling to cope with the bowling of the Volcanoes. Hodge, quicker delivery, blocked out by Green, up to the man at short cover, who is the captain, Sunil Ambris. Didn't fare so well with the bat yesterday, but he has led the team very, very well. Attacking field placements, proactive approach, as Hodge bowls to Green, who drives past Ambris this time, and down to Shane Shillingford, to Kirk Edwards, who is fielding at long off, and a comfortable single for the Scorpions.
What I've liked from the Volcanoes so far is that they seem to be very, 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 very au fait with their plans, and they've really and truly gone about their business in a professional manner and a disciplined manner. The bowling has been quite good. I don't think that they've been extraordinarily good, but what they've been, which the Scorpion bowling wasn't, they've been very disciplined with their lines and their lengths. They really and truly asked a lot of questions early on with that new ball.
Indeed, not exceptional bowling, but consistent bowling as Hodge bowls to Minley, who is hit in front of the stumps. Loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire, Carl Tuckett. And that ends the over at 164 for 7. That's over number 55 completed. Derval Green 23, Marquino Minley 1. And this is the Scorpions replying to the Volcanoes is 387 all out.
Marquino Minley is down for the count. It seemed as though that last delivery came back with the arm and hit him in the national drools, and he's down for the count.
A lot of laughters out there right now.
the physio, he's quickly out there, trying to see what has happened to Minley. A question though, could this be? There's a lot of laughter out there, as you said, but could this be some tactic by the Scorpions to ensure that they don't go or they don't bowl as much overs as possible to them, or as many overs?
Could be, because the physio came out and he wasn't needed, so probably a good tactic from Minley. I don't think he'd mind coming out tomorrow, starting another day rather than with the ball in hand, because he had a very, very long time in the field, almost 3-4 sessions in the field.
It'd be interesting to know how many overs are remaining in the day's play. I know that close of play is at 5 p.m. It's now 5 p.m. Jamaica time. It's now 4:51 p.m. and
Scorpions have already faced 55 overs in their innings, and they bowled almost 30 this morning. As Kotoy bowls to Green, who is flashing outside the off stump, misses, collected by Emmanuel Stewart, who is behind the stumps. Looks tidy. Devon Smith is asleep as Kotoy gets ready to bowl to Derval Green. Kotoy past his umpire Christopher Wright. Bowls to Green, who is on the back foot again, plays and misses, appeals. Umpire says not out.
Green seems as though he has gotten a little bit loose with his stroke play. He may need to rethink his approach, just to tighten things up. Can't afford to get out this evening, Green.
Be sacrilegious as Kotoy bowls to Green, a full toss, and he strokes that easily down to long on. Substitute fielder Ray Jordan. Haven't seen him for a while. Fast bowler under 19. West Indies under 19 representative. Played for the St. Lucia's Zooks for a couple of seasons. Has been out with injury for a long, long time. As Kotoy with a silly point and a slip bowls to Minley, who is driving, edges down to third man, races close to the boundary, turns for 2, The fielder Kavim Hodge is after it, returns comfortably, and the Scorpions pick up 2 more runs to move the total up to 167 for 7.
2 valuable runs to the Scorpions total. Every run right about now is so precious for the Scorpions. I'm sure they don't know where the next run is coming from. They've been under a lot of pressure since the word go, and I'm sure that they wouldn't want to lose any more wickets. They've lost 7 wickets so far, and
7 cheap wickets, you would say. You really can't find an exceptional delivery. Probably the Paul Palmer dismissal, probably he played around his front path, but he was almost worked around by fast bowler Thomas. But other than that, they have been very, very soft dismissals. Scottoy bowls to Minley, who is playing inside the line of that one.
I like this attacking tactic from the Volcanoes. They've moved the man who was at square leg. He's now at a second slip to the leg spinner. There are only 2 fielders on the onside, one at deep square leg and the other at long on.
As Minley comes fully forward and stops that one right into the hands of Silimidov. And that has been the impressive part about Sunil Ambros's captaincy so far. Very, very proactive. Started Shane Shillingford with 2 slips, a man at Silly Point, short cover, and then that put some pressure on the Scorpions. Even though Shillingford didn't live up to the billing with his bowling, you could see the plan. You could see an organized structure from the Volcanoes. It's as if they went into team meetings with particular plans to particular batsmen, and they have always been on the right side so far.
I believe that's a testament to their coach Andrew Richardson and his knowledge of the Scorpion players. He would have been around them for a number of years. Some of them he would know personally, so he understands their games, and I believe that has been one of the key components to the results that we're seeing here. They seem as though they've had their plans are spot on. The reverse, Andre Coley, who used to coach his team, I'm sure that he would also know most if not all of these players inside out, their games inside out. We did not see the same thing when the Scorpions were bowling.
So is it a case of just not being the Scorpions not executing the plan?
I believe so. I believe it's a matter of execution, because both coaches on both teams
are fully aware of each player. Exactly. As Sherman Lewis, beginning his 14th over, bowls to Green from the Michael Walden end, plays and misses, collected by wicketkeeper Emmanuel Stewart, who loses his cap.
Now this is a very good change. Lewis, who was a handful earlier today when he had the new ball, to be able to use Lewis at this time of the evening, it's really a good tactic. We're talking about at the time when the shadows are coming across. There's a big shadow that's running right in the middle of the pitch. That's coming from the light tower, the towers from the light, and that I'm sure would give the batsman some issues.
As Lewis bowls to Green, and Green punches that out to deep cover. They come back for a second. They get there comfortably, even with some hesitation. That was a shortish delivery from Lewis, punched off the back foot by Green, who looks very, very comfortable against the Pacers. Wasn't as comfortable against Hodge, but looks very, very comfortable against Sherman Lewis. He also looked a little bit comfortable against Josh Thomas earlier when he just came to the crease.
Yeah, certainly. And I really and truly like what I'm seeing here, because what I've observed is that they really and truly are giving the batsmen some testing stuff.
Good ball there from Lewis, a lifting delivery, squared up Green. Ball pitched on middle stump and just moved away from him lately sharply as well, and beats the outside edge. Luckily he didn't take the edge, as Emmanuel Stewart was waiting. Yeah,
very good delivery there by Lewis. That ball was pitched short of a length, but it was so close to that off stump line that Green really did well not to get a nick on that one.
Indeed. As Lewis passes the umpire Tucker and bowls to Green, a forcing drive off the back foot. Beaten again outside the off stump. A very, very loose shot there from Green, but again, testament to a very, very good spell of bowling again from Sherman Lewis. A good over, good consistent areas being hit so far in this over.
So Green has got to be smart here. Any ball that is pitched back of a length, that can't hit your stump. Certainly you don't have to play at it. all you should be contending with now are the deliveries that are coming at your stumps.
With the shadows creeping across the Bina Park, Lewis bows to Green, who is back behind this delivery comfortably. This one didn't move, was a lot straighter, and he was quite comfortable behind that one. And the score remains 169 for 7 with Green on 26 and Millie on 3.
Again, Green is looking to play these deliveries. I believe at this time of the evening, you have to be putting yourself in a position where you don't have to play many of these deliveries. As I said before, some of these deliveries that are pitched back of a length, and you know won't be attacking your stumps, won't be attacking your stumps. You have to let them go.
Indeed. Almost time to curb your natural instinct as Lewis bows to Green. A nice delivery again, lifting delivery, beats him outside the off stump. Oohs and ahs behind the stumps, but no edge as the over comes to an end at 169 for 7 for the Scorpions. That's the end of over number 57. Derval Green 26, Marquina Mindi 3, and the Scorpions 169 for 7, responding to 387 made by the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
So we may be looking at maybe another 2 or 3 overs, or so, which should take us up to about, I would say, 5-12.
Scoreboard says 9 overs to go.
9 overs.
Yeah, but and at 4:57, don't think we can get through all 9.
I know the umpires have an additional half an hour that they can play. Anything after that, then they'll have to try and pick it up tomorrow morning. Start early.
Indeed. But with a spin out one end and the quality of batting we have seen so far from the Scorpions, we may not even need the 9 overs.
Indeed.
As Katoy preparing to start his 6th over of the day, bows to Marquino Millie, who is forward, pushes to the man at short cover. The man who has just completed his 14th over, Sherman Lewis. Not the ideal position for your fast bowler. Katoy, tall, blonde hair, bows to Millie, short, and he's back. Hits it to the left of cover. Wow, diving save there from Lewis. He really some good agility shown there from the tall fast bowler.
Now that's the kind of thing that will happen when you're large and in charge. When you're on top of a team, people pull the rabbit out of a hat.
As Katoy, wide of the stumps, bows to Minley, who's forward and pushes it straight out back along the pitch, and there's no run.
Katoy has looked to flight this ball a lot, especially to Minley.
Indeed. 1 for 16 and bows to Minley, short. Left alone, wicketkeeper Stewart fails to collect, and there is no run.
I've noticed a few deliveries keeping a bit low from that end, from the Michael Olin end. One wonders what will happen on day 4.
If it gets to day 4, as Katoy's 5th delivery is pushed straight to the man at silly mid off by Mindley, and there is no run. Katoy, 1 for 16. Trying to bowl his first mid here, bows to Minley, who leaves alone outside the off stump, and there is no run. And the score remains 169 for 7 for the Jamaica Scorpions.
So again, another tidy over from Katoy. He bowled predominantly outside the line of the off stump in that over, and the Volcanoes, they have done extremely well here today. 7 wickets down at this point. Everyone who was bowled apart from Shane Shillingford has copped a wicket.
Indeed. Sherman Lewis 2 for 34. McSween 1 for 29. Thomas, that's Josh Thomas, 2 for 34. Kaveem Hodge 1 for 25. And Kieran Katoy 1 for 16 from his 6 overs, and just completing his very first maiden. Scorpions have really found it difficult so far to get a grip of this bowling performance from the Windward Islands Volcanoes. As the West Indies pacer, Sherman Lewis, into his 15th over from the Michael Holding end, bows to Green, who is flashing outside the off stump. Loose shot, careless shot. No need to play that shot. But the score remains 169 for 7, luckily.
And again, those deliveries that are pitched outside the line of the off stump, short in length and rising, I just can't see what it will profit Derval Green to play at those deliveries. The risk that is involved is just too high, just too great a risk for you to keep playing those shots.
Indeed, as Lewis passes the umpire and goes to Green, who is driving uppishly to the man at deep point. He gets a streaky single and moves up to 27. I was just about to ask Kerry Scott if he wouldn't like an extra man in the slip cordon and that man at deep point to come inside the circle with just 7 overs or so to go and the upper hand so firmly towards the Volcanoes.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, the man who is at deep backward square, or I should say deep square leg, is just in front of square. I believe that he really and truly has been a non-entity for Lewis. Lewis has bowled a disciplined line outside the line of the off stump and is getting some bounce. I do believe moving that man over the offside would be a better bet.
Indeed, as Lewis with 3 slips now bowls to Millie. And he leaves alone nicely outside the off stump, judging that one very, very well. So there are 3 slips, a gully, a man at backward point, vacant cover, man at mid off, and now the man from deep backward square leg is coming into a regulation square leg, while there's a fine leg in Shane Shillingford. There's also a mid on with the captain. So a 6-3 field.
I still believe that they could induce that man into the offside. If it means that they'd use a 4th slip or 2 gullies.
Indeed, and with the movement Lewis is getting, he bowls to Minley, who plays inside that one, which is outside the off stump. No run, obviously. Score remains at 170 for 7.
I'm really looking to see if Lewis, I'd really like to see Lewis try to pitch a couple of these deliveries a bit fuller. He's been short of a length and outside the line of the off stump. Both batsmen have been playing him predominantly off the back foot. I think he'd have sufficiently forced them back enough to maybe try and bowl a fuller length delivery just outside the line of the off stump with a little tail away from them to try and see if he can nick them off the slip.
Indeed. And especially with Minley trying to be as conservative as possible, attacking the stumps will be the best bet right now. As Lewis, into his 15th, bowls to Minley, who's forward and defends nicely onto the practice wickets, and fielded quite comfortable by the man at backward point who steams in. He's fresh. Ray Jordan, he's in top part of the regular playing 11 in this game. Seems as if he's on the field for Kirk Edwards, if I'm not mistaken. No, Edwards is at mid-off.
Yes.
But he's a substitute for sure.
We'll tell you in a minute who he's on for.
The man off the field is Josh Thomas, because there's Max Sween at square leg.
Correct.
And Lewis bowls to Minley, lifting delivery outside the off stump. No need to play, collected by Stewart. And that's the end of over number 59 with the Scorpions 170 for 7. In response to the Volcanoes is 387 all out. Derval Green is 27 from 57. Marquino Minley 3 from 20.
Yeah, so again, another very interesting over there from Lewis. He beat the bat a couple of times of Derval Green. Green was able to get a single, and he bowled the rest of the over at Marquino Minley. He really and truly didn't ask much questions of Minley. Maybe one delivery or so that would have gone past the outside edge. But generally, I think he was a little bit too wide to Minley in that last over.
Indeed. More threat to the stumps. And just to the credit of the Volcanoes, there's only been one instance of them bowling 2 spinners in tandem. And that was with Kotoy coming on while Hodge was bowling. Since then, it has been Sherman Lewis. Before that, it has been Hodge on another pacer or Shillingford on another pacer. Variety in the attack from the Volcanoes, and it has worked with Kotoy into his 7th to bowl to Green. A short delivery, and he pulls this one firmly down to long on. The man at long on just came onto the field. That's Thomas. He goes into the boundary and it goes to 4. And Green moves up to 31 and the total to 174 for 7. Bad ball there from Kotoy.
Yeah, that's a rank long hop as we call it. That delivery didn't get up much either, but it was just too short. And Derval Green He didn't miss out on it. Got 4 for it. As you see him practicing that pull shot again. That's the first short ball that we've really seen from Kotoy, or short ball or long up that we've seen from Kotoy.
Indeed. Blonde hair. Passes the umpire and a pull again from Green. Takes the outer half of the ball, goes over the man at first slip, goes into the ropes. Kerry Scott holds his head. I don't know why. It's 4 runs and the score moves up to 178 for 7.
Now that's the type of stuff I was talking about earlier about Derval Green. There was a delivery that was pitched on the line of the off stump. The ball before was a long hop. That ball was a little bit fuller, and he came inside the line to try and pull it again. The ball spun and bounced outside the line of the off stump, took the top edge, and flew over the man at slip. He was absolutely not in control of that one. It just looked like a big waft from Derval Green.
A little agricultural as the man from Silly Point moves to mid-wicket, and Kotoy bowls again to Green, who is off the back foot, and smashes that one out to deep cover for a comfortable single, and that's more textbook-like. That looks like a batsman shot.
And a safer shot at that. He got everything. He got his body behind that delivery. He got right behind it. And he played it with the full face of the bat. There's limited risk in that shot, any at all. And he picked up a single for it. And Minley comes in to strike now.
With that single, Green moves up to 36 from 60 balls. Scoring at a decent rate. Minley 3 from 20. Faces Kotoy, a very short ball, and Minley just swivels on this one out to square leg, where Kirk Edwards fields in front of the Kingston Cricket Club, which I think Kerry Scott is a part of.
Indeed, been a part of the club for a great part of 25 years.
Don't think he has watched 25 years of cricket. As Kotoy bowls to Green, a flighty delivery smashed down to long on. That was hit hard, only for 1. And the score moves to 37 from 60, 37 for Green, and the score 181 for 7.
So Kotoy seems to be tiring a little bit. His deliveries are not coming down with much venom on them at all in this over.
As he bowls to Minley, who is beaten outside the off stump. Nice flighty delivery there from Kotoy. Not a lot of revs on that delivery, but it beats Minley outside the off stump, and collected by Emmanuel Stewart, who has lost some of his energy. He has run around since lunchtime, but now with the day approaching the end, he has really coasted.
And again, primarily because I believe he too seems to be looking forward to the closer play. They have done extremely well. They have not been punished as much in the outfield as the Scorpions would have been. So they have been interested. They have been kept interested in the game, and because of the wickets that have fallen at regular intervals. And now they're looking to just close the day. The day, I believe, is just wearing on Stewart, as it has been on many of us here who have been here since the start of play.
Indeed. As Lewis into his 16th, long day for him, bowls to Green, who guides this one past the man at gully. He runs hard to the man at deep point. He's looking for 2 and gets it comfortably. Thomas Blazine. Devon Simmet gives him a stare. He wasn't impressed by the approach of the big fast bowler, but he has bowled 13 overs to date. It must be tiring.
And I'm sure with him going out deep point, he would have thought that that's his little resting spot in the shade there. And then to be asked to do that kind of running really and truly asks a lot of him. The shadows are coming closer and closer to the pitch as the entire southern side of the stadium
Indeed, and
is almost totally engulfed with the shadows of the stand.
Lewis, who is coming from the George Headley end, the Michael Holding end, has just signaled to the man at fine leg to go a little bit squarer, probably sending the signal that he's going to go short to Green. And Lewis, back off a length to Green, pushes this into the offside. Comfortable single as the man from cover moves to his left. Cannot prevent an easy single though. And Green trudges along to 40 from 63, and the total moves up to 184 for 7. A 25-run partnership here from Minley. Was only contributed 4, but he has been very, very stubborn in defense, very, very sound in defense as well, which is what you want, especially when the team was reeling at 159 for 7.
And he has been there now for some half an hour, just a little bit over half an hour. So he has done his job to prevent the hemorrhaging of wickets.
Indeed, and I don't think he expected to bat today, as Lewis bowls to Minley, who ducks under that one, a short delivery from the fast bowler. Seems as if he's coming down at 130, 135. Not as quick as 140, which is seriously quick.
The umpires had a quick glance at each other, trying to check that last delivery to see if it was within if it was below shoulder height, and it was confirmed by umpire Chris Wright at square leg.
They wouldn't be concerned about the light at this moment, as Lewis bowls to Minley, who's nice and easy behind that delivery. Goes to the man at cover, who is the opener, Maloney. Didn't last as long as Minley has so far.
They would be concerned with the shadows, though, because that shadow coming from the light tower over by the southern side of the ground, that shadow coming across the ground can be very difficult for the batsman.
Indeed, as Lewis passes the umpire and balls to Minley, who this one flares off the top of the bat and goes over the man at slip for 4. Not the most comfortable shot. He was out of control. It was short. He was looking to help it around the leg side. Took the outer half of the bat, flew over the slip cordon and into the 4 for 4 fortuitous runs for the Scorpions as they move up to 188 for 7.
And surely the Volcanoes could not want everything to go their way today. The Scorpions, they too require some amount of luck going their way, and Minley certainly got some moments to go.
And to the credit of Lewis, he's charging in as he bowls to Minley, edges through first slip, and the wicket keeper goes to the boundary for 4. Lewis is on the ground. He's distraught. Emmanuel Stewart didn't move. Devon Smith didn't move, and that's 4 more runs to the Scorpions. And I tell you, that is a catch of the wicket keeper. It came nowhere close to the man at first slip. I think Stewart was ball watching there.
Yes, certainly. That ball was never ever going to carry to the man at first slip, who was Devon Thomas. It had to be the wicketkeeper going for that one. But you quite rightly said it at the start of this over that Stewart just does not look energetic again. He seems as though he's just waiting for the closer play. He's just drawing through and going through. And those are the critical ones sometimes that come your way, that if he was able to make an attempt at it, maybe that ball may have stuck in the right glove, in the webbing or somewhere. That could have been the difference between the Scorpions being bowled out this evening and the Scorpions carrying through tomorrow morning.
Indeed. And as a wicketkeeper, you really don't want, as a coach, you really don't want to see your wicketkeeper losing energy, because he's supposed to be the man chanting and keeping the team on its toes, leading the team through the overs. Stewart, for the last couple of overs, you could see it. He was almost meandering. He was just trying to say, okay, we're getting closer to the end of the day. Let's get it over with. You don't want to see that type of spirit. Even though they are on top, you want to be dominant. You want to be dominant for long periods. As Preston McSween, who has bowled 11 overs on the trot, with figures of 1 for 29, will begin his 12th from the Courtney Walsh end, or the North Stand, if you please, around the wicket to Derval Green, who is on 40. McSween pitches up and Green is driving off the inner half of the bat. Diving save by the man at mid-wicket, who is Maloney. No run.
And Green has to be careful here. McSween has shown us that he's able to get that ball darting back at the right-handers. We saw earlier today he did get the ball to do a lot, coming back into the right-handers and going away from the left-handers. So Green has to be careful with these drives.
And with the 60-second over in play, you don't want to be too loose. As McSween, and this is on his edging through the vacant third slip region. And Green moves up to 44. Another boundary for the Scorpions, and the score moves up to 196 for 7.
Another fortuitous boundary at that. That was a delivery that was pitched on the line of the off stump. It bounced a bit on Green. Green didn't control it well. It flew off the outside edge of the bat and just made it past, or what we say, the vacant third slip region. And that
Streaky.
very streaky.
And that's a very loose shot from Green, in all honesty. It was outside the off stump. There was no need for him to be poking at that delivery because it was not threatening the stumps. It's coming to the end of the day's play. The Scorpions are in a bad position, and that's just loose. He's just lucky to get away with 4 more runs there as he moves to 44. And faces McSween again, who is outside the off stump. And he pushes this one out to deep point. A little bit closer to him this time. I would still prefer to see him leaving that alone, but since he's so aggressive, comes naturally for him to be feeling ball and bat.
Well, that's a much better stroke by Green. He got closer to that delivery and he played with the full face of the bat. He didn't try to hit it too square. He just tried to ensure that he got enough bat on it with the full face of the bat on it. The shadows are coming across even wider now on the pitch. And as I said before, these deliveries at pitch just inside of those shadows will be a bit disconcerting to the batsman.
Especially the one with the tower. As McSween bowls to Mindley, who is on the front foot, leaves that one nicely to Stewart, who collects above the head. It doesn't take long to get to his head. He's about 4 feet 3 inches tall. Nice carry though from McSween, who is in his 12th over.
McSween has done well all day long, though. I think his spell, yes, his spell this morning was a very good one.
Indeed. Tall left arm bowler coming around the wicket. You don't normally see this, but McSween, foolish in length to Windy, pushes up to the man at mid-off and says wait, which means he's thinking about a single if it's on, but in this case it wasn't, and the score remains at 197 for 7.
Derval Green is a minute under being at the crease for 1.5 hours, and he's just ticking to 1.5 hours now that he's been there. And Minley's been there now for some 40 minutes.
Minley plays inside that one from McSween, nicely collected by Emmanuel Stewart. And at 5:20 Jamaica time, the Jamaica Scorpions are 197 for 7, responding to 387 by the Windward Islands Volcanoes. That's what, 190 runs behind the first innings total.
And with another 10 minutes to go before play is officially called off, or 4 overs.
Don't think we're going to get 4 overs.
No, I believe
with the pace
bowlers, correct. I believe that maybe we won't be getting more than about 3 overs.
And especially with Derval Green changing his tripod.
Derval Green again is a very smart cricketer. He's trying to ensure that they play time, and 5:30, as I said, is the official or is the latest that the umpires can go. So it doesn't matter how many overs. It doesn't matter how many overs you're short at that point in time. The umpires, as per the condition of play, cannot go past 5:30.
And this is brilliant from Green, if you ask me. I think Ambrose and the umpire should have been a little bit closer to him, telling to get things going.
Umpire Chris right there, having a little bit of challenge with the sun, so he's having to go across the offside. And it's been a very long day for the umpires. Remember, they've been out there for every single ball of the day. It's really difficult for them.
And Sherman Lewis, who has had a very, very long day, he has been a trump bowler so far for Captain Ambrose. He has bowled 16 overs, 2 for 46. Most overs bowled, same amount of wickets as his other pace compatriot in Josh Thomas, who has 2 for 34. But Lewis, the West Indies representative, races in, bowls to Green, a short delivery, and pushes this one out to the man at deep point. Who is Thomas? Josh, that is. And they get and the Scorpions get a comfortable single to edge closer to the 200 run mark, 199 for 7.
And Green, I'm sure, would love to get his half century this evening. I'm sure he wouldn't want to go to bed tonight having not achieved that landmark. But again, he has to play each ball on its merit. And the first objective must be for him to be there at the end of play.
Indeed. As Lewis steams in, balls to Minley and beats him on the inside edge. Nice delivery there from Lewis. Minley was late on that front foot defensive shot, which was collected by wicketkeeper Stewart, who was very, very comfortable with that one. No edge that time. But Lewis has persevered, and he has looked threatening all day long, except for a couple overs. Other than that, he has been the man who has led the pressure for the Volcanoes. He's the senior bowler in this team, and he has showed why. Outside of Shillingford, that is. As Lewis bowls to Minley, who plays inside that one, and it's collected by Emmanuel Stewart.
Again, I believe that Lewis can bowl much fuller lengths to Marquino Minley. At this point in time, at this point in the evening, I'm sure Minley, much like Derval Green, both batsmen will be looking to just survive the evening. So I don't believe they'll be looking to go hell for leather if he pitches up.
Indeed, and with 3 slips waiting, he bowls to Minley, who's on the back foot and just tugging that one around the corner. Drops into mid-wicket region. And they scamper through for a comfortable single. And the score moves up to 199 for 7. It was just 198, a scoring error there. And the Scorpions responding to 387. So they are 188 runs behind the Volcanoes' first innings score. A long way out of this game at the moment. But I still believe the Volcanoes will be looking to get at least another one. They deserve it. They bowl like a unit which deserves another wicket.
Marquino Minley, that last shot, that's a similar shot that he tried to play over before that saw the ball ballooning over the slips.
Indeed. As Lewis bowls to Green, who works that one away down to the man at fine leg. He cannot get to that one, and he raises his bat. That signifies another 50. It's back-to-back 50s in regional cricket this year for Derval Green. And the Scorpions move to 203. The 200 comes up. That's 50 for Green off 68 balls in 95 minutes. He has showed his competence level, even with a couple of rush shots. This is more of what Orville Higgins and Kerry Scott has been talking about. For a man who hails from Westmoreland, played for St. Elizabeth Technical as a number 4 batsman, he should be showing more of this.
He also bats at number 5 for Kingston Cricket Club. So he's well at home here at Sabina Park.
As Lewis bowls to Green, who is on the back foot, screams of no. As the man from point races around, dives, throws at the non-striker's end. But there is no run to end the over. The end of over number 63. And that's the Scorpions moving along to 203 for 7. With Derval Green, his second half century this season, 50 from 69, and Marquino Minley 13 from 32, a partnership worth 44 for the Jamaica Scorpions.
Yes, indeed, and a partnership that was well needed by the Scorpions, and the score is 203. So little by little, the Scorpions are creeping closer and closer to that follow-on total, that follow-on score, which is about 237, I believe, 237. Once they get 238, they would have properly avoided the follow-on, and they're moving closer to the very first target, which would have been to end the day, without losing all their wickets, and start to move at the 238 tomorrow morning.
Indeed, and what should be the final over of the day? It's now 5:27. Preston McSween, big left-arm bowler, West Indies under 19 representative, 12 overs, 1 for 34, steams in, bowls to Marquino Minley, who leaves alone outside off stump, poses, rehearses a late cut. Don't think he should try that at this time of the evening, even though it's late, just for the betterment of the Scorpions' batting performance. That's really wobbled so far. 203 for 7. At one stage, they were 34 for 3. John Campbell, Jermaine Blackwood, Asad Fudadin all dismissed there. Then there was a good partnership between Nkrumah Bonner and Paul Palmer Jr. as McSween bowls to mainly a lifting delivery. Sways out of the way and there's no run.
Yeah, and Markina Minley, I'm sure he can't wait for the end of this over. And the Scorpions will have to ensure that this is the last over of the day. They can't allow the Volcanoes to rush them through this one. 2 deliveries have gone so far. They have to keep track of the time.
Indeed. McSween short again. Wasted energy there. Don't want to waste it, especially after bowling 12.3 overs. And the ball goes through to wicketkeeper Emmanuel Stewart.
And Derval Green will certainly need to have a word with Markina Minley here, because at this rate, another 3 deliveries to go.
No, doubt he can make it in a minute.
Remember, if the over is started at 5:30, then the umpires have to go through.
Oh, no, the speed ball comes back in.
Wow.
Umpire says not out. Wow. That was close. That was extremely close. I dare you not say that's not out.
I'd love to see the tram lines on that one. Markina Minley, he was fooled. He's beaten there by that one. There was a delivery pitching just outside the off stump and coming back sharply. Markina Minley did not offer a stroke. And
Kerry, I know you're trying to be diplomatic, but there's no way that can be not out. Absolutely no way. That was plumb. Absolutely plumb. There was no shot offered from Markina Minley. A foolish delivery, in-swinging delivery. He played no shot, offered no stroke. Low appeal. Umpire Chris Wright says not out. Ball that one is back from McSween. In-swinger again, and there's no run.
so
Minley lucky to survive. He's 13 from 37 though.
yeah, I believe he's a bit. He may be a bit lucky to have survived that shout, but I believe umpire Chris Wright was just not convinced that that ball was coming back enough
To hit the
stumps.
And it wasn't a case of height.
It certainly wouldn't have been in a case of height. I believe the umpire was just not convinced that that ball would have come back enough to hit the stumps.
As McSween, the final ball of the day, bowls to Minley. Flinches at this one. Down the leg side. And there's no run. The man at leg gully feels that's time. I'm almost sure. Yes, it is. Derval Green, 50 from 69, takes his helmet off, waits on his fast bowling counterpart in Markina Minley. Punch off the glove. And the Scorpions, they end the day on 203 for 7. That's 184 runs behind the Windward Islands Volcanoes, who posted 387 all out this morning after resuming on 314 for 5. Derval Green, he's the not-out batsman on 50. He's second off this season, while Markina Minley is 13 from 38. Sherman Lewis, 2 for 54, 2 for 52. And Preston McSween, 1 for 34. The bowlers to end the day. But you can tell by the difference in emotions that the Windward Islands Volcanoes are truly on top here at Sabina Park after day 2 of this second round regional 4-day encounter against the Scorpions. So to recap the day, the Scorpions, who drew their first game against the Red Force at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, knew that they needed early wickets this morning when the Volcanoes resumed at 314 for 5. They eventually got 5 wickets just before the luncheon interval, but the Volcanoes got up to 387 all out, and by then they had enough to put pressure on the Scorpions support, and that they did. McSween and Lewis, they were brilliant with the new ball, and they had the Scorpions reeling at 36 for 3 when John Campbell, Jermaine Blackwood, and Asad Fudadin were all back in the shed. A nice partnership between Nkrumah Bonner and the innings top scorer so far, Paul Palmer Jr. with 53, took them up to 69 before Bonner was dismissed. After which there was a steady procession of wickets. Alden Thomas, he went, which led to Derval Green coming to the crease. However, Paul Palmer Jr. didn't last as long, and he was dismissed after reaching his 50. Jamie Merchant went for 21, and since then Marquino Minley and Derval Green has added 44 runs for the 8th wicket and almost getting the Scorpions close to their first target, which is to avoid a follow-on, which they didn't do in the first game. So the Scorpions will resume on 203 for 7 and on Saturday's third and penultimate day. So upper hand for the Volcanoes, who are large and in charge here at Sabina Park. From me, Jerome Foster, Orville Higgins, Renardo Brown, and Kerry Scott, saying good evening and bye.